No, you have the link for this meeting. Yeah. Because the chairperson is asking for that. He said,
They did share it
what did,
on the group.
no, he said it doesn't have it.
Oh, it's on the group, man. That's good.
Wait, God. Did you see his message asking for a link? Honorable Palmer.
Yeah, but the link was shared.
Yeah, but I said, did you see his message?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll allow a few moments of silent prayer or meditation.
Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind all delegates that the rules, in particular rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103 applies today. Honorable delegates, in accordance with Council Rule 2291, there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed with questions, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the ministers from the Social Service Cluster, especially Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Honorable Minister Bladin Zimande, and the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Honorable Gayton McKenzie. We welcome the both of you to the NCOP, and we also welcome all the permanent delegates, MECs who might be present, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives who might be in the House. Further, I'd like to remind delegates that in terms of Rule 229 of the Council rules, the time for reply by the ministers to a question is 5 minutes. Only 4 supplementary questions are allowed per question. A member who is asked the initial question would be the first to be afforded an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. The time for asking a supplementary question is 2 minutes. The time for reply to a supplementary question is 4 minutes. The supplementary question must emanate from the initial question. I now call upon the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation to respond to question number 176 as asked by the Honorable M.F. Mokwele, and the Honorable Minister, could you please take the podium here? Yeah. Question 176 was asked by the Honorable Mokwele, and Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP and all the honorable members of this august House. I'm very honored myself, I must start by saying, to be appearing in the NCOP for the first time during the 7th administration. Indeed, the NCOP is an important house. I do need to emphasize that. It's no number 2 to any other house. That's how it should be treated, as per our constitution. In response to the questions from the Honorable Mokwele, our Department of now, still written here, Science and Innovation, that's an old department. It's now the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation officially. We have established, we are very proud of having done this, the Indigenous Knowledge-Based Bio-Innovation Program, a consortium on science councils, universities, indigenous knowledge holding organizations, and the business sector. The consortium utilizes South Africa's unique indigenous knowledge, its untapped biodiversity and local innovation capacity to develop African natural medicines, cosmeceuticals, nutraceuticals, health infusions, and enzyme technologies. I do need to say, Honorable Deputy Chairperson and honorable members, that South Africa is in the top 5 in terms of biodiversity in the world. But our scientists have only studied 5% of our plant species. 95% is not yet studied, which is the reason why we are emphasizing on this. And part of doing this is also to work with our herbalists, because they work with herbs, and by working with them, we hope that we'll be able to identify more products and species that are able to do a number of things. Also, I must say that the Indigenous Knowledge Bioinnovation Program that I'm talking about uses what we call an Ubuntu-based bioinnovation model that supports integral or multi- and transdisciplinary research and development, inclusive of innovation, local technology transfer, holistic enterprise development, and conscious commercialization. The full value chain, Honorable Chair, initiative had supported over 60 small, medium, and micro enterprises and cooperatives, including over 150 students and knowledge holders in business skills development. Our department also manages what is called the Research and Innovation pillar of the Hemp and Cannabis Industrialization Master Plan. The Medical Cannabis Consortium is conducting high-end research on cancers, diabetes, neurodegenerative diseases, hypertension, and selected infectious diseases like respiratory infections. The consortium currently supports up to 20 students focusing on various aspects and uses of the plant. Over 10 peer-reviewed journal articles, some impacting policy review at the South African Health Products Authority, have been published. Lastly, I want to say, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the African Legacy Program of the consortium has so far graduated, and I'm very proud of this, a total of 23 small, medium, and micro enterprises with over 46 products. An expression of interest has also been published by the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Agricultural Research Council for a national pilot focusing on rural legacy growers working with local land races. The pilot, which supports at least 2 pilots per province, 24 germplasm, and over 50 valorized medicinal cannabis are amongst the things that we are advancing in this regard. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and for your kind comments. We now go on to the follow-up questions, and Honorable Mokwele, do you have a follow-up question?
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair, and greetings to honorable members in this August House and even those that are on the visual platform. But also a special greeting to Honorable Minister, that indeed this House is the most important House of Parliament. Honorable Minister, also I would like to also to thank you for the extensive response that we have given in this regard. You nearly taken all my follow-up questions. But Honorable Minister, the only follow-up question that I want to pose to you is only one follow-up question, Honorable Minister, is to say, what role will the people in the rural provinces like Limpopo, your Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu Natal will play in the camp and cannabis in the industrialization master plan? At this program, Minister, to be honest with you, that in most cases they are usually biased toward the urban areas. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwele. That's a very important question that you are asking. Because one of government's programs or across the board focus, which also we are seeking to support as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, is to make sure that we grow and develop our rural areas. It's not as sustainable, this whole idea of people moving from rural areas to urban areas. We have a number of programs that at some other stage we'll be able to talk about that are focusing on rural development. We see the Cannabis Industrialization Master Plan, which of course is led by the Department of Agriculture, is leading in terms of growing this technology such that we are able to sustain rural economic development. By the way, I think the importance of your question also lies in the fact that it's not new, this issue of the role of hemp and cannabis, although in the past it was as dacha, that it has actually been playing a critical, hugely critical role in the rural development. Today, we've got medical practitioners, we have got engineers, you have got teachers, most of whom were supported usually by mothers who were planting this stuff and selling it, albeit under apartheid in particular, illegally, but they've been able to educate their own children. Now, we want this to be mainstreamed into this industry as part of rural development rather than as part of just urban development. As I've said, we've got what we call the African legacy growers, which we are supporting so that those with unique indigenous knowledge for medicine, nutrition, and industrial knowledge are able to be properly supported and strengthened with a view also of focusing on growing rural industry. We're working very closely with the Department of Agriculture to say, you are driving the master plan on cannabis, and we will be able to support you. And one of the most important things is actually to drive rural development. We also have the South African Health Product Regulatory Authority, which falls under the Department of Health. That is also responsible, by the way, for issuing permits, because even in the issuing of permits for planting cannabis, must take into account this whole issue of rural development. But I would not want to lie, perhaps, and as this House, we have a responsibility to make sure that that happens. We might also be needing, Honorable Deputy Chair, amendment to existing legislation so that we are able to ensure that we are actually able to support rural development rather than an urban bias. I grew up in a city called Pietermaritzburg where there was a lot of trade of this stuff. I know a lot about it. And it even has an unusual name. It's called Durban poison. Yeah. Partly because, not because it was grown in Durban, it was mainly sold in Durban. Now, maybe we need urban markets, but we must make sure that we focus on rural development because it's got a huge potential as it has been in the past. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair and Honorable Makwela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I come from Durban, so I know what you're talking about. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable PJ Swart. Honorable Swart.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister. Minister, in the light of this very important discussion today on the economic potential of the indigenous biodiversity and knowledge, particularly following the legalization of medicinal marijuana, cannabis, how will your department ensure that the commercial benefits are not monopolized by large corporations? And what specific measures will be implemented to minimize red tape and encourage small and medium-sized enterprises, including the indigenous communities, to actively participate and benefit from the economic spin-offs of these industries? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the member for the follow-up question. It's an important issue that we are raising, but I think it's implied already in what I've given as answers. And we are raising an important dimension now, not just of rural, but also the role of small and micro enterprises. Of course, this responsibility does not lie in my department alone, because the Department of Trade and Industry is very important, as well as the small business development. The ministry and the department are also very important in order to ensure that small and medium enterprises. Perhaps the advantage we have is that historically, trade in cannabis as marijuana was done by very small, not even enterprises, individuals sometimes, who were distributing this. I think that provides a basis for actually working to promote small and medium enterprises in this sector. And your point is absolutely important in the sense that once it gets taken over by big commercial entities, then we must forget it for actually focusing on rural. Big commercial entities are not interested in rural development. They are interested in urban, mass scale, and even export, you may find. That is what they prioritize. But as I'm saying, on our side, we are working with the Department of Small Business. We even have joint programs on innovation. We must start at that level of research and at that level of small scale to actually tighten this relationship. What am I saying? Going to be working closely with DTIC, which we are, and a number of projects. We are also going to be working very closely, which we are already, with the Minister of Small Business Development to ensure that we actually support this. Lastly, what I would like to say is that we also, by the way, have a program as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which may be important in terms of what we are raising, which is and a program which is called Grassroots Innovation. Because our belief is that innovation does not only come from the high end, your highly educated postdocs, professors, distinguished scientists. Yes, those do have a role to play, but there's lots of innovation at grassroots level. That's why we have this program, because we want to support that, so that right at that level, we are able to strengthen your small player, if you like, as we call them now. Those small players put together must actually become big players, but not as conglomerates, but by virtue of actually dominating this particular industry. That would be my answer to your question, and also by saying it's a very important matter and a very important focus. In fact, NCOP can make that its own specialization as a house to actually say who is benefiting from these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable M. Kennedy. Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to members of this Honorable House, and greetings to the Minister.
Could we please see your face, Honorable Kennedy?
Hey,
Put on your...
where I can't, I'm unable to do that.
You can switch on your camera and we'll be able to see you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Honorable Kennedy, your time is running out.
Let me talk. I'm unable to do that. Honorable Minister.
All right. Okay, go ahead with your question.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, medicinal plants and manufacturers pharmaceuticals rely on biodiversity, whilst indigenous knowledge is passed culturally and verbally from generation to generation. So, what initiatives have you taken to preserve this indigenous knowledge, and which project activities have been initiated to educationally support and develop the expansion of biodiversity and indigenous knowledge economically? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, did you get the gist of the question? I know it wasn't too clear, but you may respond.
Try my best. I think I had the latter part better as to what initiatives are we engaged in to support indigenous knowledge system. Look, let me say this. We're very proud as South Africa that the work that we've done on indigenous knowledge system, firstly, we've got a major program in the department on indigenous knowledge. And also, as I have said, we're also working very closely, amongst others, with traditional healers. My father was a herbalist. I thought when he passed away, I'm done with that. But with this deployment, I find I'm now back working with herbalists, which I'm finding very exciting because I'm working with them now from another angle in order to be able to work together. As I say, we only have explored 5% of our plant species in South Africa. And we know that many of them actually use herbs and other plants. And if we work together, we are then able to say, let's take some of those plants for testing so that we are able to determine what are their properties, qualities, so that we are able to use them better. So that is the one thing that I've said in terms of practically. In fact, our work has been so acknowledged globally that UNESCO, the entity dealing with education, science, culture, and related matters, has actually established a chair on indigenous knowledge system, largely as a result of the prodding and the work that we are doing as South Africa. So it's become an internal. The other thing that I would like to say is that we have got a very close working relationship with the Chinese, because the Chinese are very good and they've taken a lead for quite some time now on exploring the uses of their own traditional medicines. So we have a project and a program of cooperation with the Chinese to learn from them. We don't have the same species of plants and so on, but to learn on them on actually how they do this. We also have got a professorial chair, if I'm not mistaken, which is what we call the South African Research Chairs Initiative, which is actually looking at this whole area of indigenous knowledge system. But we don't want only to treat that as a separate focus, because sometimes when you separate something, you then lower its importance. We want indigenous knowledge systems to be something that actually cuts across even our higher education system, for that matter. That is why we are actually promoting research and the chairs in that regard. Of course, I've already mentioned the other initiatives that we are taking on this score. One matter, perhaps, which I haven't mentioned so far in this question is that we have got an agency called the Technology Innovation Agency, which supports startups, commercially. And we are also looking at startups that may emerge out of the commercialization of knowledge that comes from indigenous knowledge system, so that we are able to support those initiatives such that they are able to become operational, they are able to become viable economic entities in line with the knowledge we have. I have no doubt, Chair, that as South Africa, we have got huge repository and reservoir of indigenous knowledge that we need to harness. What we've got to fight against is tendency from some people to tend to look down upon it. We shouldn't look down upon it, and we must learn from the Chinese, amongst others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable colleagues, I've been informed that the Honorable Breed does not have a follow-up question. So we'll move on to the next question, that is question 189. Question 189 was asked by the Honorable J.M. Adriansa. And Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the House, for the question from Honorable Adriansa. My answer to that briefly is that some of the current key government initiatives that enhance funding and support for research and development include what I've just spoken about in my previous answer, the South African Research Chairs Initiative, and also what we call the Centers of Excellence that we support, which focus on particular areas, as well as the National Institutes for Research, Development, and Innovation. Key performance areas of these initiatives are research, human capacity development, information brokerage, networking, and service rendering. Furthermore, our decadal plan, which members will be aware is our 10-year plan 2022 to 2032 on science, technology, and innovation in South Africa, also emphasizing the importance of the research impact. To this end, our National Research Foundation, by the way, for purposes of clarity for those members who may not be aware, the National Research Foundation is one of our 8 entities. We have 8 entities. Interestingly enough, 40% of our budget goes to the National Research Foundation. It's the single largest spender of our budget. It has developed a research impact framework which ensures that research impact is considered during the early stages of proposal development and research planning and influence the use of engaged, collaborative, and inclusive research processes to advance impact. By advancing research impact agenda, the relationship between science and society has been transformed through the co-creation of research, mutual benefit, and national development. But since this question is talking about funding and support for research, 2 things I would like to say further, in addition to the answers that I have actually given. The budget of the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation, frankly, is pathetic, given the role that science, technology, and innovation is playing in the development of many countries today. People marvel at China. China is where it is because it invested in science, technology, and innovation. I had a chance 2 years ago to lead a delegation of vice chancellors and science councils to the Silicon Valley, for instance, in the United States of America. That's when I realized that the budget of my department, it really is pathetic. I hope that this House will join as a champion for actually increased funding into science, technology, and innovation in order to be able to do the kinds of things that Honorable Adrianse is actually talking about. The second point, last point, which I would like to make is that in the question, something that is very important that is mentioned, which, by the way, I have given to my deputy minister and my advisor to prioritize, is the relationship between our universities. Largely in South Africa, we are using our universities for research, with industry and communities. This tripartite, it's a different kind of a tripartite arrangement, is very important if we are to actually see the fruits. Your universities, communities, and industry, especially the private sector, but not least, by the way, our state-owned enterprises. Many of them are doing some good work in science, technology, and innovation, and we want to work with them closely in order to be able to realize what we want to realize. Otherwise, thank you very much to Honorable Adrianse for the question that she has asked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Adrianse, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you for covering most of my follow-up. I appreciate that, but in the light of the budget being pathetic, as you mentioned, we need more collaboration between the universities and the industries, as you also mentioned. But we need also, and I want to know that specifically, on how you plan to ensure that research outputs are aligned with market needs and not simply done to have research done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Adrianse. It's as if you know, I have said to our National Research Foundation, you take almost half of my budget, 40%, as a single entity. Of course, we must also not make a mistake of undermining investment into basic research, because basic research is very important to create a foundation for all your research. We mustn't judge research 100% only on, is it translating to viable commercial? Yes, we have to ask that question, but also we have to strengthen our basic research. I've said to the NRF though, yes, whilst we are playing that role, can you be able to tell me what percentage of your research funding supports innovation, commercialization, and innovation in particular? They do some work on that score, but my own view is that is not yet enough, although they are doing good work. Because we do have to create an environment that research products and outputs, as you correctly put it, becomes commercial and viable. If I had more money, I'm not trying to be defensive. If I had more money, I would make sure that all those hundreds of thousands of masters and PhD theses sitting there, we could go back and replow into some. Because if we do that, I have no doubt you will find that there is actually, it was submitted for purposes of a master's thesis at WITS or a PhD degree at Univen. But if you go back to those things, you can find actually quite a lot of research outputs that could be translated into commercialization and all that. In other words, the long and short of what I'm saying is that we are putting in a lot of work into ensuring that, that's why our department, by the way, in the last term was named Science and Innovation instead of Science and Technology. Because the president was saying we are not abandoning technology, but try and focus more on innovation and the commercialization of research products such that it is enabled to do things. I'm also saying this because, without sounding rhetorical, South Africa is a very talented country in many respects, not only in sports, Minister Mackenzie, but we are also talented in science. We have lots of innovations from South Africa. The most famous, for those who may not know, the creepy crawly is a South African product. It's in every swimming pool in the world today. It's produced here. It was our own innovation. And there are many other. My acting DG is here. Maybe we need to give these members that book of ours, which has got all South Africa's innovation, that are very important. So I have no doubt that by investing more, we will actually be able to, as you say, produce commercially viable research that will enable us to grow and develop our economy. In fact, without research and innovation, we are nowhere in terms of growing the economy or even achieving the priorities of the government of national unity, which is job creation and inclusive development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Feni.
I'm not there. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and also the Honorable Minister. The technologies. Can Honorable Chairperson this one, because technology is dealing with me here.
What are you asking? Are you asking to?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
All right, we'll go to the next follow-up question and come back to you.
Yes,
I'm willing to grant you that. You see, Minister, science and innovation has left him a bit baffled now. we'll have to allow that. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Deputy Chair. and good afternoon, Mgwegas.
Prepared.
Mgwegas. Mine, definitely, I'm not having a challenge of technology. Mine is just simple. It's just an emphasis on this artificial intelligence, its impact, consequential impact, because of a race between it and education, against the backdrop of the statistics provided by government itself in relation to its inability to assist with funding post-matric students. Just for previous financial year and this current financial year, it's about 208,000 students that have fallen into the tracks. Now, that is against the backdrop that in time, much of the work, of 60% of the work, will be automated. Now, what you are trying to check is that we don't want to find ourselves rolling back the gains we have done, we've achieved, where characterization of labor market take us back, where there's a wide gap in terms of skills based on race. Now, we want just to check, because we believe you have some plans in place, whether the minister, if the plans are not there, is contemplating some policy intervention that will ensure deep reform that is essential to facilitate the development of digital knowledge and technical skills, as well as non-routine cognitive and non-cognitive skills, which obviously will include 4 C's.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Now I'm reading off. The next one is in relation to the consequence that is responsive to effects, including unintentional, obvious, like I've said, widening of societal ills.
Thank you very much. Thank you
the
very
gaps
much. You may take your
in terms
seat.
of the skills between races. No, thank you.
Thank you,
TNU
Honourable
is trying
Member.
to protect you, Pepe.
Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zimande. Normal. If I understood your questions well, because you were touching quite a number of issues, maybe I may not pick up on all of them as you have raised, and I will just do a brief reflection on some. You start with a very important matter of artificial intelligence. Well, my initial response to that is that I would actually come and find a way of engaging the House, the NCOP. Possibly the best way to do that, Chair, is through the Portfolio Committee, just to come and present what work we are doing in the area of artificial intelligence. It's a lot of work, and it's a very important area, and that is the future. 2 things I can say in that regard is that we are very much part of UNESCO's initiative on the regulation and ethics in artificial intelligence. By the way, ethics in artificial intelligence also relates to ethics in science as a whole. Because as we know, science is good, positive, can do a lot of things to change people's lives, but also it can be used to destroy people's lives. I am told, for instance, that the bombing that has been happening of late in Lebanon is driven by artificial intelligence, trying to locate certain people that are wanted, and so on. But I'm willing to actually come back and do that. Myself, I've been doing a lot of work. I've even visited the only University of Artificial Intelligence in the world, which is in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, in terms of what they are doing there. The other issue that I hear you raising is about learners coming up with math and science skills that are needed so that they are able to be empowered. There's lots of work that we are doing, by the way, with the Department of Basic Education, which is very important because we say we will not get scientists unless we start them there at primary school, that we are able to. We are, for instance, I'm having a program on science laboratories, computer laboratories in primary schools. Last year, I just launched 2 in Limpopo. We want to spread this to all the provinces. So that also we deal with something that is very important. The history of our country, also as a result of apartheid, most Black children are afraid of maths and science. It's too difficult. We won't go in there. Some of our principals say, don't go and do science or maths, go and do maths literacy. We have also to actually defeat that. We also have got science weeks every year. I just had one 2 weeks ago, which we launched at the Central University of Technology, in order to be able to reach out, especially to learners in relation to maths and science. Now, all what I'm saying then is that in Perpetua, in case this doesn't answer what you have said, some of these issues are somewhat new to the question. I am able then to come back. I'm more than willing to come back to discuss on all of this, some of these things as a department, so that the NCOP becomes the champion of science, technology, and innovation. I can always point at that house and say, here is the house. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I see you took some time to advertise there, but we accept it. Thank you very much. We now move on to the Honorable Harris for your follow-up question.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Science and technology innovation is a pivotal aspect of building our economy with the growing needs of what is required to be economically active. What are the current economic needs regarding science and technology? And so far, how has the department met them with maximal impact and job creation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Chair, maybe you'll help me because I was really battling to hear or understand. Maybe you can summarize for me what the essence of the question is.
I think we can ask the Honorable Member to please explain the question, because even I was having difficulty in actually catching what you were saying in terms of a sound.
I was asking, what are the current economic needs regarding science and technology so far, and how has the department met them for maximal impact and job creation?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Harris. I think Administrator was basically asking what are the needs of the department in terms of job creation from the point of view of science and technology.
Okay, let me give it a try, thanks to Honorable Harris. Well, needs in relation to job creation, I think I've touched on some of these things. Firstly, I don't want to appear to come here to the NCOP to lament, because I know exactly where to take these things up, but I do need champions to support me. The biggest need of our department is resources. Our budget is less than 9 billion per annum. Our total budget, less than 9 billion rands. So that is one very big need. Of course, we are not sitting back and lamenting and moaning, and so on. We, amongst other things, are trying to forge partnerships with domestic industry in particular, as well as with international organizations, the European Union, multilateral organization, the European Union, the United Nations itself, the OECD, and a number of other international initiatives, including bilateral relations that we are having with countries. For instance, China's Belt and Road Initiative is another area which we are working closely with in order to be able to access resources. Now, on the other side of job creation, I think that we touched on these issues earlier. The importance of partnership with industry. So countries that are successful in science, technology, and innovation, they've got a very dynamic link and relationship to the private sector, because the private sector, well, and state-owned entities, by the way, they do a lot of work. For instance, we are collaborating very closely with Denel. They need us, we need them in terms of new technologies, as well as ESCOM. ESCOM, we've been doing a lot of research. Sasol, by the way, used to be the single largest employer of PhDs in South Africa. We continue to work with them. I'm going to soon to be meeting with ArcelorMittal as part of strengthening this relation with industry. Of course, I've asked the Deputy Minister as my advisor to lead in this front. And also I've had an interesting request from Johnson & Johnson, who are also supporting a lot of research as another way. That the partnership with industry also has got the potential of job creation. But the uses of science and technology is very important. Now, I don't want to go into another advert, Chair. All that I can say is that we are doing a lot of work on new forms of energy, hydrogen, fuel cells. We are doing a lot of research on that score in order to assist us in developing alternative sources of energy, just by way of example. And that in itself will have a huge impact on creating new types of jobs, but which we've got to prepare for. Now, the one other area where we are doing a lot of work is new forms of batteries and battery storage. If we are talking about transition to new forms of energy, renewable sources, we will need to be storing energy. Unlike this system of electricity and coal, where we don't store, you use whatever is there and you use it all. That is another area also that we are actually working in. I hope Honorable Eris have touched on areas that have got job potential, as well as areas that address the needs of South Africa rather than the needs of our department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now go back to Honorable Fenny. Your follow-up question, please.
Sorry, Chairperson, I do not have a follow-up question.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Fenny. You don't have a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, we now move on to question 177 that was asked by the Honorable Sibande. Question 177.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibande. Our department has actually come up with a variety of initiatives or measures to assist in uncovering and growing innovations in South African townships that assist in creating employment for the previously disadvantaged and vulnerable groups, including youth, women, and people with disabilities. By the way, township economy is estimated now in South Africa to be having a turnover of just close to R1 billion per annum. So it's a very important part of our economy. We have what we call the Innovation for Inclusive Development Unit, which we have set up to support the implementation of our initiatives in uncovering and growing initiatives in South African townships. The Innovation for Inclusive Development, the IID, as we call it in short, supports the development of innovation solutions that solve societal challenges, particularly facing indigent communities in rural and township environments. I've just said to the CSIR, although I don't think DM have given this as a formal instruction, this problem of what are these things, electricity transformers being vandalized so easily, causing lots of problems. Should we not be looking at new types of transformers that are not easily, that operate differently and are not easily destroyable in order to be able to ensure constant supply of electricity, especially in poor areas, like in the townships where that is. Now, the solutions then that we are talking about through the IID are intended to provide systemic interventions through a comprehensive government-wide approach that supports simple social innovations developed by people in rural and townships economies. Some of these initiatives, briefly, not going to go into detail in all of them. The first one is what we call the Technology Acquisition and Deployment Fund, which we implement as a department to strengthen the procurement and utilization of locally developed technologies by government departments and municipalities in South Africa. We have successfully piloted this, by the way, in the country, with the acquisition and deployment of local technologies to schools in and around the townships to improve teacher-parent communication, improve learning outcomes for physical science, maths, and technology. And also we use this facility, by the way, to come up with new methods of combating crime in the townships, which is one of the biggest enemies to the township economy. The second area is the one I've already spoken about, grassroots innovation program. Townships and some of our rural areas are really bustling with economic activity. And in that context, there is also lots of innovation. Some of it gets lost, when in fact it's innovation that can contribute in growing those local economies. So I have already explained about the grassroots innovation program, what it is. We also have a new approach to local economic development that we have developed as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, which is innovation for local economic development, which is anchored on the notion of organizing a local economy around a local system of innovation and placing innovation as a driver of inclusive development. This is very important because, as I say, that townships, if you just take townships, they are really bustling economic activities. 20 years ago, Soweto alone used to take 60 million rands of stokvel money per week to the banks. It's much more than that now, 60 million a week from Soweto alone to stokvels. This shows the creativity and financial resources, but that aren't really adequately used to benefit those communities. We are taking them one way into the cities. So some of these local initiatives, we've got what we call living labs in some of our townships to actually support this. So these are some of the initiatives we are very much focused on: science, technology, and innovation for local economic development, including the township economy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Is there a follow-up question from Honorable Sibande?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much, Minister, for your eloquent and very comprehensive response. It is encouraging to hear about the different programs that have been implemented by your department to assist in the township economy. Therefore, my question, is there a plan to expand the innovation for local economic development to other provinces like it is done in KZN?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much for that follow-up question, Honorable Sibande. I just want to make it clear that these initiatives are not only limited to KZN. a number of them are already taking place in a number of townships or rural areas. For instance, I'm talking about living labs, laboratories that draw in young people to come and experiment with ideas that they have in terms of commercial activities. These living labs, for instance, are in 13 areas: Northwest, Free State, Gauteng, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, where also annually the department, by the way, allocates funds to support a variety of local economic and development programs. Much as in some instances we pilot in a particular area, but we always work to move very fast to say where these pilots succeed, we actually are able to spread them all over the country. So these labs, be comfortable, Honorable Sibande, and other initiatives are already, in fact, almost in all 9 provinces of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next question will be taken by the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Greeting to the Minister. What action is the department taking in ensuring that there are scholarships which are train the student, especially in rural areas, township, that are coming from the disadvantaged community in our country, where they are free education, enable them to acquire skill for designing cell phone, television, and others, so that they can sustain themselves and create the job. So you just want to know what can you please, Minister, give us the breakdown of all the provinces, the initiative and the opportunity that you have created by your department in all provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Much as I strive to answer all questions truthfully, I think the gist of the question that you're asking, strictly speaking, does not belong to my department when it comes to skills development initiatives, because that primarily comes from the Department of Higher Education and Training. And also the question hadn't asked me to outline where such initiatives are taking place throughout the country. If the question, which I would suggest perhaps you ask as an original question, rather than as a follow-up to this one, should be, how is the work that we are doing in science, technology, and innovation contribute towards job creation? That would be a much more specific question. Then we can be able to come back with very specific initiatives that say, in this that we are doing, these are the jobs that we've contributed to directly or indirectly. I am not saying that there are no areas which we are doing, because part of our work is that, of course, even if it's indirect, we are able to actually contribute to job creation. Now, if you're asking, then you also a question was touching on scholarships. Even that, of course, wasn't part of the original question, but I would be willing to say that we are actually giving out a lot of scholarships. We are the department that specializes in giving postgraduate scholarships in a variety of areas. Now, if you are linking that to a particular local community, I can give you an example of the town of Carnarvon, where the square kilometer array is located. Since more than close on just under 20 years of the meerkat and this where the square kilometer array is going to be built, we've already, if I'm not mistaken, given more than 2,000, I stand to be corrected, master's and PhD scholarships, so that that area of studying the stars and the universe through the meerkat and the square kilometer array ultimately is meant by scientists who are drawn largely from the local community. We are giving them, not only, by the way, master's and PhD, we are also giving them undergraduate. We have also the 2 secondary schools. I'm just making an example with that. The 2 schools in Carnarvon one is a primary, one is a high school. We've actually constructed fully fledged state-of-the-art laboratories so that we are able to train youngsters from the locality to be able to do proper science and all that. So there's also a lot of scholarships that we are giving in a variety of areas. But what I would then request is that your question, since it is so important, can you also ask it directly as a question that doesn't sort of partially arises out of this question, which in essence was just dealing with, are we going to expand this program? Then I'll be more than happy to actually answer that. Or you can get that answer in any other way you want it. If you tell me you want it, that I give you these answers, I'll be able to send them to you, or we come and discuss it here in the House or in the Select Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Dr. Skrehochel.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, we know that the informal business sector is one of the biggest industries in South Africa. And recently, the Minister of Communication met with Starlink, which will give more South African access to the internet, especially in rural areas. Therefore, will the Minister make an undertaking to partner with the Minister of Communication to give townships access to the online market and grow our economy? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skrehochel. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Honorable Member, absolutely. Let me tell you what my strategy is. Already in the 6th administration, the President had established an interministerial committee on science, technology, and innovation. And that's largely made up of ministers who lead departments that we can call science intensive. All departments use science and technology, but there are some who are more science intensive. One of those is the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Now, I reported in my budget vote that what I want to do this year, which is different perhaps from what we've done in the past couple of years, we've already done this. I've studied all the budget vote debates of those ministers who are in the interministerial committee, including the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. My acting DG is here. We are already outlining concrete memoranda of agreement with each of those ministers in the IMC. If it's agriculture, let's agree what is it that we're going to do together with the Department of Science and Innovation in the light of climate change, threat to crops, and all those things. The Minister of Communications and Digital Technology is important in a number of respects, but I'm not going to go into detail about that. We have mentioned some. One other common area is artificial intelligence. We both are active on that space. The Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Also, the other area that both of us, I am sure, will have to look at is digitization of government and government services. We must make a memorandum of understanding to actually say, can we then actually be able to cooperate on that score? So I want to say it unequivocally. Yes, he's one of the ministers that I'm gonna not just engaging, but have a concrete memorandum of understanding, which we'll present here to Parliament and say this is what we want to do during the first year, during the second year, and so on. My own philosophy, this is based on my own philosophy, that in order to place science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, you must work with your colleagues and the government departments and be able to assist them when they need help insofar, and also for you to be able, for myself, to be able to benefit from the work that they are actually doing. All the things we are mentioning are important to us. You won't advance science unless we've got access to Wi-Fi, for instance. That's very important. By the way, for those who do not know, Wi-Fi is a product of astronomy. Without the study of stars in the universe, we will not be having Wi-Fi today. It's a product of that. So it's a two-way thing. And also, without astronomy, we would not be having the GPS. Some people say, why are you studying the stars in the universe? Those are the two concrete products. Turn left, and the destination will be on your right. As we all know, that's a product of astronomy. Without astronomy, we would not be able to. So I'm more than willing, the long and short of it, and I will be collaborating with the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Farmer. Honorable Farmer, your question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, Science, Technology and Innovation Decadal Plan of 2022 and 2032, in Chapter 6, and I quote, outlines initiatives to create an enabling environment for innovation through a whole-of-society approach, close quote. It lists 6 bullet points, namely, quote, improve service delivery, improve the quality of life, increase the competitiveness of firms, develop new industries, exploit new sources of growth, promote environmental custodianship, close quote. In the final paragraph of that introduction, the plan says, and I open quote, for innovation to unlock these opportunities, it is necessary to A, recognize that the sources of innovations are broader, B, adopt a whole-of-society approach to innovation embedded in a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation, and C, ensure that innovation is fundamentally inclusive. Close quote. Can the Minister please provide the House with a report on whether the department is on track or whether they foresee any obstacles with this plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Yeah. Firstly, let me just say this, that I would like the NCOP to say, I don't know in what cycle of Parliament would that be. You'll know that better, Deputy Chair, than myself. But basically that we provide an annual report on progress on implementation of the decadal plan. We do that in terms of our annual reports to Parliament, and we are going to continue to do that. And NCOP is more than welcome, not just to read the document, but to call me and say, let's have a discussion on whether we are on track or not. I hadn't come here prepared for that, specifically, and also arising out of this question, because this question was largely about local economic development and issues. But nevertheless, let me just say a few things. The decadal plan has got what is called grand challenges. In other words, the key issues that we seek to address as a country through science, technology, and innovation. What are those? The one is alternative sources of energy and to contribute towards a just energy transition. We can come back and give you more information, but I am pleased to say that we've taken the production of hydrogen fuel cells to very high levels. In fact, there's a municipality, I forget now, in KZN, which some of its energy needs are being driven by the fuel cells that have been produced from our hydrogen fuel cells program. We worked with Anglo-American to produce that first mining truck that uses hydrogen fuel cell, because that's where also we generate a lot of carbon in the mines with the fuel trucks and so on that are taking products there. So we are doing a lot of work in terms of alternative sources of energy as part of the decadal plan. We can come with very concrete things more to talk about that. The other area is modernization of industry. We've got what we call the Mandela Mining Precinct, where we are actually working at modernizing the mining industry. There are lots of debates about the future of the mining industry. In this day and age, is it still worth it to put living human beings into those dark tunnels underground, and they are crushed by falling rocks now and again? We think science is a solution to that. Of course, it's a debate. Do you just do that with technology? What happens to jobs? Are you going to be able to create alternative new jobs? We are looking at the modernization. We are also working with the mining industry using a lot of science to look at alternative sources of driving, processes that are actually happening or taking place in the mining industry. Like, as I say, the whole area of what do you call this? That the mining products we produce here, we turn them into products in South Africa, like diamond, rather than taking them. Beneficiation, that is what I'm talking about. So I would be more than happy to actually come and report about those things, including what we are doing on entrepreneurship and so on, as a specific question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the next question that was asked by the Honourable Briet. That is question 183. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of the NCOP. Now, the benefits of the square kilometer array. Interestingly, I was moving a bit ahead because I've already touched on these things as examples to other questions that have been asked. The square kilometer array is going to be the single largest science infrastructure in the world, which is going to be here in South Africa, in North Cape. In Carnival, by the way, I was called to order, Chair, when I was there. Don't call it Carnival. Call it in the normal local lingo, Carnival. We are here in Carnival. Sorry. The square kilometer array is managed by an entity under us, under the National Research Foundation, called the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and it manages 4 interventions in the education and skills development area. The first intervention is on Research Capacity Development Program, a program that targets learners at all academic levels in areas specific to Meerkat and the SKA. The long and short of what I'm saying, we are giving a lot of scholarships and bursaries in support of the square kilometer array, Honorable Chair. Because as I have said, we want South Africans in particular to manage all aspects of the square kilometer array, especially the local youngsters from Carnival. This has now led, by the way, to the establishment of many representative postgraduate and postdoctoral fellows in radio astronomy and related engineering disciplines. Also, this program supports the development of relevant teaching and supervisory capacity at South African universities. This is very important because we don't have ready-made PhD supervisors in areas of radio astronomy and the square kilometer array. So we've got to ensure that we also train these supervisors and lecturers and professors to actually be able to supervise on the school. The other program is what we call Technical Capacity Development Program, which provides artisanal and technical skills training targeting the youth from the local communities in the Karoo in order to build the skills required to support the telescope operations. This is an area of job creation, by the way, relating to your question that you were asking earlier in this particular area. And then we also have what we call strategic partnerships programs. In this program, we collaborate with international partners to train students in the skills necessary for radio astronomy research and innovation. Remember, by the way, much as astronomy has been old in South Africa, but there are new aspects of radio astronomy that we now need and new skills in order to be able to manage them. The other program, which I'm hugely excited about, is the one on supporting schools programs. There is nothing I enjoy, Chair, like seeing these youngsters in grade 8 or 9 getting excited about some astronomical questions. For example, could there be life somewhere else in the universe outside of the Earth that we don't know about? In the other planets or wherever else? By the way, we've also studied only 10% of the universe. We don't know about 90% of the universe, what is still there. And to excite youngsters by saying, grapple with those questions, is it a good thing to have technology or is it a bad thing? So I've got this massive school programs, as I've said, which actually includes supporting cyber labs in some of the schools, not only in Carnarvon, but in other parts of the country. We've got summer and winter schools that we sponsor. We also include secondment of good maths teachers to particular schools so that we have a very strong foundation for science. We have many achievements, some of whom includes 1,317 grants awarded since 2005, 330 students trained in artisanal training, 40 trainees per year participating in basic astronomy, bursaries and scholarships, and so on and so on. So there is a lot that is benefiting that local community, as well as the country, from the South African Radio Astronomy Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Is there a follow-up question, Honorable Brett?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, welcome in our house. It is good to have you. And Honourable Minister, I'm so thankful for what you said specifically with regard to scholars, to learners, and how you are doing that. Because my fear is, and my question is specifically with regard to schooling. I hear we do a lot in terms of PhDs and further studies, and that is great. But if you don't start them young, if you don't teach them young, you're not going to have students who can actually get to PhDs. Minister, during 2023, the amount of matric learners who actually signed in for mathematics and physical science in the Northern Cape both decreased by large numbers. And then when the matric results came out for last year, physical sciences pass rate actually decreased by 2.3%, where maths marginally increased. Now, I have a story, and my colleagues who know me have known this story. There was a school near the SKA who had very bad maths and specifically science-related pass rates. And when they did the study, it was because teachers were seconded, as you mentioned, but it was an English-speaking teacher and it was an Afrikaans school. And native Noord-Kaap leerlinge could not understand that. So my question, Honourable Minister, is how are you looking, taking into account Bala, taking into account the basic education and the way we are moving in terms of, even though the Minister said Indigenous languages are important, we are seeing that children can only go to mother tongue education schools up until grade 6. How will you actually encourage mother tongue education to ensure that these scholars around the SKA can study maths and science and become part of the SKA? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brett. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Yes, Honorable Brett, I wish you had asked me this question whilst I was still Minister of Higher Education and Training. Because what I would have said, which I still believe in, we have a huge challenge in this country in promoting all our languages, but especially those that were disadvantaged under apartheid. to become languages of science, commerce, and academia. And universities have a very important role to play. But it's also a whole psychological thing. There's a favorite professor of mine, I think he's retired. He is at the Tau Monument here in Palm. He's a professor of Afrikaans. He was in a team that I had set up when I was Minister of Higher Education and Training. I said, Prof, what would it take to promote indigenous languages as languages of science and technology? He says, yeah, Minister, you can put in a lot of money. Yes, it's important to produce dictionaries. By the way, dictionaries that are in that language only. If you produce a Setswana dictionary, it must explain in Setswana rather than just on Setswana and English. He said, the solution to that, I don't want to divert, you must speak the language everywhere. That's how Afrikaans was built. Because Afrikaans is a very interesting example. Because in the 19th, 20th century, there were only 3 languages that developed into languages of science and commerce from Norway. It's Hebrew, Afrikaans, and Yiddish, which was Joe Slovo's first language. Only 3. He said, speak it wherever you are, when you are happy, when you are crying, when you are sad, in funerals, in parties, and so on. And said, I want to be honest with you, Minister, the problem sometimes I normally see with Black South Africans, they speak English amongst themselves, even if they can understand the other languages when they are sitting together, then we are not going to promote indigenous languages. Anyway, that's an important issue. I don't want to go into Bella. I'm not Minister of Basic Education. I've got my own views. But the main thing that we are actually asking about is how do we reach out? And also reach out in a manner that at early age, these things are understood in our own languages, which relates to the project that I was talking about. What role can universities and all that I've spoken about to promote African indigenous languages as languages of science and as languages of academia? I just want to say, in ending, we are doing a lot of work with the Department of Basic Education in science and science literacy. I've got a huge science engagement and science literacy program. Also working with the SAPC radio stations to actually promote the understanding of science in the languages that people understand. I've got some money where I'm building computer labs in primary schools. Not as much money as I would like to be, but as a project of the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, working with the Department of Basic Education. As I have said, we have also got scholarship. But the long and short of what we are saying, which I agree with, is that science must be accessible to all. That is my interpretation. And language plays an important role in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question from the Honourable Adriansa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, we have just heard about an example of a failed program due to language, and you elaborated on saying about the English being the language of science and how it was evolved. So, in effect, some programs have stagnated or failed. You mentioned some steps that are being taken to address this issue, but are there any other steps that are going to be used innovatively to address these failed or slumbering programs? And how does the government plan to expand or improve educational initiatives related to the SKA in coming years? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much. As I've said, scholarships has been one intervention. It's very important because we are training youngsters to understand and have the skills required by the square kilometer array. That is one intervention. The second intervention, as I have said, we are interacting a lot with schools. Let me give you one practical example. For the first time, we had the World Astronomical Assembly being held here in Cape Town. That was what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago? The whole of astronomy was here in South Africa, in Cape Town. We tried to use that. We had questions, competitions around astronomy that we were doing at the time. We also took some of the most distinguished astronomy professors to go and interact with kids from Khayelitsha, for example. It was not only Khayelitsha when they were here, so that the students could be able to actually ask questions. So those initiatives are very important. As I say, I have a fairly elaborate program on science engagement to promote science literacy, to promote understanding of science. I must say I was given a shock by some problematic beliefs about vaccines at the height of COVID. And I said, wow, we have a lot of work to actually do. So I have, by the way, identified as one of our priorities, together with our Deputy Minister, the issue of science engagement as a big thing. In fact, science, you can develop it as much as possible. If your population doesn't understand what we are doing, we are not going to get much anyway. So I have prioritized science engagement, science literacy as one of the most important things. We're going to be working with the public broadcaster, as I have said, because the public broadcaster has got the advantage of having all the languages in order to be able to communicate to people in the language that, in the languages that they understand. I haven't given up, maybe working with the Minister of Higher Education and Training to resuscitate a project I had started to look at the promotion and the development of African indigenous languages to be able to be languages of science. That also continues to be important. So all this is a basket of issues that, from the standpoint of my department, we are doing in order to ensure that we are able to reach out insofar as science is concerned. Over and above that, by the way, I've just recently met with all my entities together with the deputy ministers and say, all of you must have a science engagement program in your activity. If you are the National Research Foundation, have a science engagement program. If you are the National Advisory Council on Innovation, have your science engagement program. But now and again, we must come together with the department and have a common plan. I am planning to actually highly elevate that. Maybe, Honorable Adrianse, you can invite me in a year's time and say, Minister, give me an account of how far you've progressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now go to the next follow-up question, and that's from the Honorable Makasini.
No, thank you, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson. Again, Minister, siyava uba umsebenzi mkhulu okufanele niwenze to educate our community. Can you give us maybe a breakdown ukuthi nenza njani ukuthi nifikelele abantu abahlala eNguthu, umntana ohlala to a deep rural community, to encourage them to participate ku science so that nabo for future inga benefit abantu base township, because I feel ukuthi majority of our community in our rural areas, they don't know about this SKA. They don't participate with projects, the maths and science, but so what are you doing to partner with the department in local municipality to make sure you are unifikelela good deep rural areas to educate and encourage aba bantu abanga believe ukuba iscience ikhona? If ungasenzela i-breakdown uba ke ngokuba singayenza njani ba i-KZN sesi-encourage sesi-recruited so much, and the work that we have done in Eastern Cape in all provinces, so that we encourage into future kwazi sidile ngale nto ye-job creation esijongene nayo as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for that follow-up question. Maybe the best way partly is to answer this anecdotally. Can I invite you to go to our Tsofimvaba Science Center? I'm sure you know where Tsofimvaba is. I don't like places to be called that they are nowhere, but Tsofimvaba is one of the places that are really in the middle of nowhere, if you like. There is an amazing science center that we've built there, which I said, by the way, also even has got a local weather station. We are able now begin to teach the youngsters, how do we read the weather? You know, how do we know whether it's going to be raining or not tomorrow and so on? It's one of my favorites. It's built by my department. It's one of my favorite centers that I would like to, because what we are working on now, that we are discussing in our department, is that it might as well that maybe during the next 5 years, money permitting, would be to ensure that each province has a science center, at least one, for starters. You can do it smartly if we have resources. Like, for instance, the center in Tsofimvaba is linked to 18 schools in the area. You can bring one good maths teacher from one of the Eastern Cape schools to come and give occasional mathematics lessons through that Tsofimvaba center, because it's linked to 18 schools around. You can have science centers that are linked to particular areas. We can even have sub-centers that are actually there. That's one of the things that we would like to do. We are also in engagement with the Chinese to build what are called science parks. The Chinese are very good. They've built a lot of science parks in China. We are engaging with them precisely to try and respond to the kinds of issues that you are raising. We've got other science facilities that we've got to look at. For instance, since you come to Cape Town often, I would like one day to invite you to Hermanus, to our Space Weather Center. It's the only space weather center in the whole of the African continent. It's reading space weather, and it's been recognized by the International Civil Aviation Authority as the center that will provide the rest of the world with space weather on the African continent. Because aviation now with climate change is going to be affected not only by what we call the weather that we normally talk about at our level, but space weather is going to start interacting with the normal weather that we normally measure every day. It's going to be 18 degrees in Cape Town, to begin to cause problems if those things are not being done together. There's another place that we are working with, things that are practical. I think with technology now, we can, for instance, now begin to say, how do we get more kids in the rest of South Africa to interact with that space weather center, for instance, that we have. By the way, during the astronomy conference, there were astronauts who were in space. One of the days during the conference, when there were kids who were visiting, we connected them and they had a chat with astronauts in space, which is part of exciting our youngsters. And those are just anecdotal things that I'm mentioning. Your point is very valid. We have to think about how do we spread science amongst our communities, not least rural communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Makwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I was listening to you when you were articulating on the benefits of the square kilometer array, especially as you indicated that how it will benefit the young people. Honorable Minister, the kind of the skills that they obtain by students in this program are very much important in building the economy of this country. My question to you, Honorable Minister, is that is your department able to follow up on the student to check on their progress once they've acquired those skills? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Well, together with the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Labor, it's still not perfect. We are doing our best now to track, our artisans. Where are they that have actually been trained, as well as your high-level skills in my area, for instance, that we have given scholarships and bursaries. But I must say, also, I must admit, we still have got a lot to do as government insofar as data and data management is concerned. We are still nowhere where we actually need to be. I'm not saying that as government we have not done a lot of work. Let me give one example that irritates me every day. If you apply to the Department of Higher Education and Training to be a director in one of the programs in the TVET colleges, when you submit your application, it's Z what? Z83, yeah. You have to go to a police station we are applying to the Department of Higher Education, okay? But you've got to go and queue at a police station to get your certificates certified. Really? Applying to the department that is holding your own results. Why should you go and waste 2 hours at a police station? Because it should be the press of a button. You say you have a BSc, they just press your name, all your qualifications come up. If they are false that you are claiming, it also comes. That's lack of basic digitization and data management that we still have a lot to deal with, including, given that employment is our priority, tracking and following up, say, university graduates. We do have a general sense, by the way, how many university graduates are unemployed, how many university graduates are employed in particular areas. The one area that we had started doing a lot of work in was engineering, because we are short of engineers. And we actually found something shocking, that we are not as short of engineers as we think. The problem is that our engineers, almost half of them, are not in engineering areas. They are not practicing engineers. Some are employed by health institutions, your medical aid, because they have got to go and do some kinds of analysis, calculation on whether certain things are funded properly. A lot of them are in Dubai. They are building the United Arab Emirates. They are not here in South Africa. And a lot of engineers, by the way, are employed by banks, because banks need to assess, quantify certain things. They need engineers. So part of the problems with engineers is to try and incentivize them to go back to the engineering profession. Work has been done. I'm not saying that it has not been done, but it's not adequate. And Honorable Makwele, the area that you are raising is a very important one. Hold us to that as government. What progress are you making actually in ABLE? Because ideally, in this day and age of technology, you should be knowing every artisan, every professional, everyone who leaves university, for instance. Where do they actually go to? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That we are done with question 183. We now move on to question 195, as asked by the Honorable Eris. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. On this question by Honorable Aris, my answer to this in brief is that our department encourages collaboration with international partners. Through intervention, I would urge the member to go and look at, from our annual performance plan, we provide a detailed report there on the score, sorry. And this would include, we do a lot of work to leverage international resources for our national system of innovation through international partnerships such as South Africa's participation in the European Union's program called Horizon European Framework Program, which, by the way, has led to an investment of R1 billion into our national system of innovation in South Africa. We are also leveraging opportunities for South African students to participate in international training programs, to gain experience and building networks, with the current focus being to promote Pan-African mobility. Last year, we launched what we call a R1 billion presidential PhD program. We want to send some of our brightest doctoral and postdoctoral students to the best institutions in the world to learn from there so that they come back with this knowledge, especially also including in areas where we don't have that knowledge inside South Africa here. We're also building capacity for international cooperation on science, technology, and innovation, specifically, and I'm very passionate about this, targeting historically disadvantaged institutions. I had a vice chancellor recently of a historically developed, historically disadvantaged institution, HDI, Fort Hare, saying Fort Hare is no longer an HDI. Really? Really? It's graduated? But as the NCOP, you might have to ask questions, because it means now the money that I'm setting aside for HDI, I mustn't take 1 cent to Fort Hare because Fort Hare is okay. My understanding, as far as I know, is that Fort Hare still has a huge number of students from rural areas who need a lot of academic support and other things in order to be able to take things forward. So we are doing a lot of work to support our HDIs. We are also supporting international policy dialogues and technical exchanges to enrich policy formulation and implementation in South Africa through diverse forums. The one that I mentioned is the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. We're also supporting STI initiatives targeting objectives that are contained in the African Union's Agenda 2063, and as South Africa, we are playing a leadership role in the preparation of a successor strategy to the AU Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy. We are also supporting STI initiatives targeting SADC. What are priorities in SADC? For instance, we are working now to renew the SADC Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy Capacity Development Program. We are also implementing bilateral plans of action with fellow African governments. We've got extensive bilateral relations with other African countries on the score. We are also engaging with global science leaders to advance national priorities, and this is a constant priority for our department in promoting diplomacy work. We've got activities that we call science diplomacy. Science has got a huge role to play in promoting diplomacy and international relations. We're also supporting a number of science, technology, and innovation initiatives that are focused on sustainable development goals of the United Nations. I've just asked my department now that the last summit of the United Nations General Assembly adopted what is called Pact for the Future. How do we deal with future threats and other challenges in the world? I've said to my department, let's lead as this department by saying, how are we going to translate this Pact of the Future and seek to mainstream it into our own programs as South Africa? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The follow-up question has been referred to the Honourable Sibisa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, the medical and health industry is one of the most fundamental in the country pertaining to the needs of our people and their well-being. In response to this fundamental question of efficient medicine and health, What programs of action have been directed to the sector through the use of science and technology in the department? What interdepartmental relations have been devised with the Department of Health for this purpose? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much. One of the programs, thanks to the member for the follow-up question. One of the important programs in our decadal plan is what we refer to as health innovation. We have identified health innovation as very important, and I'm very proud to say that since COVID-19, the president said to me, in the light of the challenges we are facing with the acquisition of vaccines by the African continent, what can you do? What can we do as South Africa? I'm very pleased to say now we have developed capacity to begin to produce some of the vaccines in South Africa. Vaccines that are also needed in the continent. Not all of them, but there are certain vaccines that are important for diseases in our continent through health innovation, through what we call our vaccine integrated manufacturing strategy. We are working with the World Health Organization. That's how we've actually managed to get where we are. We are also working with some big countries, China, Germany, France, in actually producing this, because our own view is that South Africa, if we develop this capacity, we must also develop it for the continent as a whole, so that we don't depend on developed countries for vaccines that they take long. We might find that they are not there. We are going to be faced. Also, the second thing that I'd just like to say, by the way, which is important, is that the president is leading an effort on Africa pandemic preparedness. COVID-19 taught us a lesson that when you have a pandemic, you must always be ready. And scientists are telling us we are still going to have, by the way, other pandemics with climate change. Here is one now that is here, Mpox. So we are working very hard as part of the President's initiative on pandemic preparedness to be able to develop a strategy working with other departments. We are working very closely with the Department of Health. Very, very closely. Even during COVID, we were working very closely. By the way, during COVID, working with the Department of Health, we established what we called an observatory at the Council for Science and International Research, which was monitoring COVID numbers on an hourly basis. Where are we getting new infections? Where are we getting more deaths? And what were the reasons? We had all that data, which we developed as a partnership between the CSIR and the Department of Health, which actually managed us to manage COVID better. When Dr. Ghebreyesus, I always am proud now, the DG of World Health Organization, that I can pronounce his surname because he says other people call him Jesus or something like that, you know. He said, South Africa set an example in the whole world on how to mobilize science for daily management of a pandemic. He said we did very well there. And these are some of the initiatives that we actually have. So collaborating with the Department of Health, in short, is very important in actually dealing with some of this. And health innovation is a key issue for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up from the Honourable Feni. I think you are ready now.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And then further, my partner, once again, in my previous engagement at Honourable Chairpersons, I'm indebted to your Chairperson. Honourable Minister, Perpetua, I think I agree when you are saying if I've correctly captured you when you're saying that there is still need for further support in terms of your HDIs, your historical disadvantage, because the practical example that you're making it's what I made me to be convincing that I fully agree with you. I just want to check, Perpetua, in terms of further support, in terms of your HDIs, both at the human level and then financially. What kind of support is the department having in ensuring that those institutions becomes at the level of those that have been benefiting previously? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much for the follow-up. A very, very important question. I have now said to the department, let's design and implement soon. Not that we are not doing other initiatives, but we pull them together under a concrete program of supporting research and development in historically disadvantaged universities. There's lots which we are doing, but it's not as coordinated as I would like it to be. I know higher education has got what they call the Sibusiso Pengu development program, which is solely targeted at strengthening the HDIs. There is already a lot of work that we are doing, as I'm saying. For instance, with specific incentives for HDIs to encourage their participation in international partnerships. One of the things that frustrates me is that whenever you go abroad or in the African continent, oh, Minister, we are so happy to meet you. We are doing a lot of work with some of your universities, UCT, Pretoria, Wits, Cape Town. Oh, of course, I say thank you very much. That's acknowledged, but something in me says, it's the same universities. You won't hear Limpopo, you won't hear Zululand, you won't hear Fort Hare, even for that matter, very little, or Univen. So we are providing incentives in order to encourage these partnerships. For instance, if UCT has a program with a particular university in Europe on a particular program of research, we say, why don't you expand that and make it a tripartite arrangement? You have UCT, you have that university in Europe, and then Fort Hare to be able to participate. Because one of the biggest problems is that it's unsustainable to continue with this apartheid type inequalities in our university system. We actually have got to deal with that. I also must say that we do reach out to historically disadvantaged institutions with our own programs and support. I'm very glad a few years ago, for instance, I managed to build a relationship between Univen and Warwick University in the UK on research in mathematics and improving maths performance. When I was in China now, I unveiled a plaque on a relationship between a university called Beihang, which is in Beijing, and Univen. And as a result out of that, the Vice Chancellor said, I'm so happy, Minister, you came here. Bring me as many PhDs to come and study, PhD students to come and study space science. It's one of the top 10 space science universities in the world. So I came back in the bag with some potential scholarships. We've got to go and identify now students and encourage them to apply to that institution. So there is some of the work that we are also doing. We are also spreading awareness in historically disadvantaged institutions about opportunities. For instance, even now, when I go abroad, let's say I go to Japan, I'm going to Tanzania soon. I would like that I'm accompanied by a VC from the historically disadvantaged universities. So we can say, What programs and projects can you cooperate around that are actually important? My own approach is that unless we do something important, some kind of affirmative action for these universities, we are going to continue having an uneven university system. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Honorable Minister. Minister, ndiyaqala ukubona uMinister osihloniphayo kule ndlu, osiphendula ngesidima nesithozela. Siyaqala ukubona uMinister osisicaka sabantu. Xa uphendula thina, understand you answered 64 million people of this country. Some other ministers, they don't give us the respect. Thank you, Minister. One thing, Minister, I want to just to disagree with you, Minister, when you said Black students are afraid of maths and science. Minister, I'm disagree simply because, Minister, they were scared, Minister, before 1994, but after 1994, babona labo baba played banento but nazi mentors zethu. You are one of the mentors of our students. Let me go to my question, Honorable Chair. Thank you. In light of the department decadal plan, which demonstrates the relevance of innovation as a key enabler for economic development, what progress has been made in restructuring the department and its already existing programs to realize the needs of the decadal plan? Secondly, how far is the department on the implementation of integrating the digital economy into various sectors? Siyaqhwalela kakhulu ke, Minister, in our rural areas, as other speakers said. Kasincede, enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much. And thank for the compliment, Honorable Member. I don't want to then go deep into the compliment, but perhaps I was part of the Constitutional Assembly, which amongst others established these two houses. So I've got that insight and what we had intended this house to achieve as contained in the Constitution. So I understand very well that you do deserve the respect and the attention, which is no less than the National Assembly. We are a full house on your own. You are not half a house. You may have less numbers, but you are not less important. Of course, we have a challenge also with the media to actually make the media to understand the NCOP better, because I get a sense they don't. Now, what I want to say then in brief, well, we can debate the issue of whether the Black students, maybe not only them, maybe also the teachers, some of them, maybe also the principals, because I can't explain why would a principal say to the students, don't do maths, pure maths, go and do maths literacy. Because to me, it's a sign of, okay, wanting to get better results, but we are afraid, you know. I think there is still that. What worries me, though, are the figures that, I don't have them now off my head, that we are way below producing the numbers of maths and science learners through our matric. Far less. Because, by the way, if we had to do all of our engineering program, I don't even, well, medicine is worse because we don't have enough. You need not less than 60% in maths and science. And the percentage is tiny of our matriculants who come up with maths and science. So we need to look into this. We are working with the DPE. My own sense is that there is still fear. Maybe it's far less than in our days, you know, where we were told bluntly by some of our lecturers that the black power that we are shouting is only good behind the spade. You can't be mathematicians, you can't be economists, In us times, it was worse. Maybe now it's better, but let's not.
30 years chance.
Huh?
You got 30 years chance.
30 years chance of always we've done a lot. If you want me to come and talk about what we've done over the last 30 years, to actually fight that terrible legacy of Verwoerd, I am happy to come back and tell you that. The fact that we are still pointing out at that, by the way, 30 years is a long time, but at the same time, 30 years is not a long time to actually reverse centuries of deliberate underdevelopment of a people and communities. But we'll find another time. If you want me to come back, and you can't say then apartheid is gone because we've had 30 years of democracy. You know, that's actually wrong. In fact, it's being an apologist for apartheid to argue that way. But let's not go there. I'm running out of time. I want to say, perhaps in short, since now I do not have time, it would be very important that we engage around provision of maths and science in rural areas and some programs in rural areas, including what should be done about the HDI, maybe the specific discussion, and coming up with concrete actions on what is to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now move on to the last follow-up question, and that is from the Honourable Adriansa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Minister, I have a short question for you. It's been said that research grant funding in collaboration with international institutions had been tied up with red tape at certain universities. What are you doing to unlock the process and promote access to these grants and partnerships with international research institutions?
Sorry, I
Thank you
missed
very
the
much.
grants, what they are through you, Chair.
Would you please repeat that, Honourable
Okay,
Adriansa?
it's regarding research funding that's not coming forth because of red tape. And it's not being allocated to critical research that needs to be done. It's projects that wants to come to research institutions in South Africa and at certain universities, and they're not receiving it because of red tape. Thank you.
Thank you. Your response, Honourable Minister.
Well, thanks for that question. Briefly, I would say perhaps the problem is on both sides. It's not only maybe red tape in the universities or even in our department, but also some of these scholarships, bursaries, and programs that we get given. Sometimes the donors themselves want to select who is going to do that research outside our own input. There's lots of that, even in scholarships. If you take, for instance, the British Chevening Scholarship, which is a very good scholarship, we don't have a say as South Africa or as the department. Chevening, they do that directly themselves. Yes, there is red tape that one may need to actually identify, but the best way to resolve that is that we need to look at our systems on both sides, the donors, because some of the research criteria that they put forward, it's not easy to actually meet it, not because we can't be able to work with them, but because of the rules and regulations that they actually set up. Yes, we have to look at ourselves as the departments as well as the universities. My own approach to that is similar to yours, maybe, that we must leave no stone unturned to make sure that we make use of this. I've just read an article from one of the higher education journals that is electronic, raising precisely the same issue. Actually raising a huge amount, I don't know, 45% of EU scholarships for Africa have not been taken up. So we need to then sit down and look holistically to say, what are the obstacles and the problems that are causing that, including red tape as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. When we're done with that question 195, we now move on to question 175 that was asked by the Honourable Finis. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. I'm very glad you are asking this question because the issue of demographics of science in South Africa is a matter that is of serious concern to me. Now, through the framework of a talent and human capital development pipeline, our department prioritizes not only participation, but also performance of girls and women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our department schools-based support interventions, which by the way includes Olympiads, we promote Olympiads, competitions on maths at schools, talent development program, as well as other science engagement programs, these interventions are implemented with clearly set targets aimed at increasing the pool of girl learners that can enter STEM career fields. Girl learner participation in these programs is set at 55% and is exceeded across the board in the implementation of these programs. We are doing very well on that score here. Although it's not enough, but we've made lots of progress. For instance, now, generally, in our universities, if I'm not mistaken, women are more than 60%. Although on STEM disciplines, there is still this anomaly that we have got more girls, more female students at university, but the male students still come out with bigger numbers in terms of the pass rate. I don't know how one explains that. With respect to postgraduate funding, the department will set a target of 55% for women who must receive postgraduate support. That is part of our targets. We can talk about aggregated performance data across each level of study, honors, masters, and PhD. For instance, 2021, we had 61% women postgraduate students, 62%, 2022, 61%, and 2023, 61%. In 2023, for which data is available, women constituted 66% of funded honors students, 62% of master's students, and 54% of PhD students. To advance equity in the research workforce, the department, through our National Research Foundation, implement two key transformational programs, namely the Tutuka program and the Black Academics Advancement programs. These two programs provide research grants to emerging researchers with a focus on young Black and women researchers who are South Africans. Over the 3 years, 2019 to 2021, the Tutuka program and this Black Academics Advancement program provided 1,849 emerging researchers grants to South African citizens and permanent residents, and 61% of these went to women. In 2023-2024, there were 1,378 active emerging researcher grants, and 726, that is 53% of these, were held by women. One of the flagship programs of our department, as I have said, is the South African Research Chairs Initiative. Since its inception in 2005-2006, 276 research chairs were awarded to 22 universities and national research facilities in various disciplines of scientific research. Now, if since 2005, it's 276 research chairs are professorships, by the way, and units that do research in particular areas. It's a huge advance, huge advance. At the moment, we also are doing a lot in engineering programs, science and maths and so on. At the moment, we've got 199 current operational research chairs, of whom 51% are women. This is very important, given the fact that women still constitute only 37.5% of university professoriate. The South African Women in Science Awards is one of our flagship events that I host every year to award women who are doing well in science. And this is encouraging young girls so much to be able to actually follow science. Celebrating 30 years of our democracy, I must say that percentage of female doctoral graduates now surpasses that of the males. Representation of female academic staff members have increased from 46% in 2010 to 52% in 2021. And lastly, Chair, the number of female authors contributing to university publications increased from 31% in 2005 to 42% in 2021. That is the effort we are making in terms of advancing women in science, technology, and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Finnis, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to all honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your comprehensive response to my question. The response indicates a clear increase in the involvement of women in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. What is the contribution of the private sector in the increase of women in STEM? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, did you get that clearly?
Yes, I did. This is a very important question that is being asked. Perhaps one can answer it in an overarching fashion. Our target is to spend 1.5% of GDP on research and development as a country. It's a very modest target because other countries are spending anything up to 4 or 5%. We are at the moment at 0.6%. We are lower than prior to COVID. COVID, we were about 0.78%. We are down now. And all indications point to the fact that expenditure on research and development and science, technology, and innovation by the private sector has gone down drastically. That is what is pulling us down, such that even the expenditure that we are talking about is the expenditure that is by the Department of Science and Innovation and other government and public entities that are actually investing in this. We are indeed, though, working with the private sector, if I'm just now thinking. Some companies like Sasol. Sasol, as I said, used to be the single largest employer on PhDs. We are still working with them through our National Research Foundation on a program which is seeking to advance young academics and scientists in professional development. Now, this is an example then of what we're trying to do, or what we're doing, is to particularly start with those companies that have shown a history of involvement in advancing research and development, science, technology, and innovation, to work with them. One company, by the way, which used to be very good state-owned, was NCOP. NCOP was excellent in training artisans. NCOP was also excellent in some science program. So things are getting slightly better in some respects at ESCOM. So we want to then continue to work with them in these particular areas so that we are able to advance. But the private sector, we still have a lot of work to do. That is why I have asked my deputy minister to say, can you please pay particular attention to industrial relations with our department, together with my advisor, to say, I am giving you this task because it's one of the most important tasks that we actually need to follow up. The other example, by the way, that comes to mind is that the National Research Foundation is also in partnership with the First Rand Foundation for the support of the program I spoke about earlier, the Black Academics Advancement Program, to provide research grants to emerging academics. There are private sector companies that have an interest. We are actually targeting those because, as we have said, we've seen that the decline is actually with the private sector more than with government. I would urge, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, that we take this up as a struggle together with the NCOP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Ngiyakubingelela, Honorable Mkhaya. You've partly covered what I would have asked as a follow-up question in terms of giving data of a composition of the workforce within government-funded science and technology institutions. My question is, as we reflect on the 30 years of democracy and celebrating the involvement of women in your faculty, could you share any initiatives or any events that you are planning as a department to not only commemorate, but also to showcase the strength that women have played in this sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Thank you very much. Well, the first big thing through which we try to, thanks, Honorable Mokoena, for this follow-up question. The first big way through which we try to showcase women in the sector is the annual South African Women in Science Awards, SAWISA, South African Women in Science Awards. Because through those awards, we are able to showcase what women can do. We've just had one now. We always have it in August, the Women's Month. I mean, some of the work that those women researchers are doing, it's amazing. I can only cite one, that there is a team at the University of Pretoria led by a Black woman. They are doing incredible work in cancer. Of course, they don't have money. You know, that is what we have, because perhaps they can have enough money. We can be able to go much further. Really creative work. Sometimes my optimistic side of things tells me South Africa may be the next country to make huge breakthroughs on cancer, through cancer research in terms of diagnostics and therapeutics, how to identify. There are also women who are participating in a number of other programs and projects that we are doing. Through my science engagement program, I want to showcase more of that. That women are out there to actually show the work that they are doing in the sector. Definitely we've got some way to go, but I think we are slowly breaking the stereotypes that science is a man's field with the numbers. By the way, women also are doing well in other awards, not only in South African Women in Science Awards, but in the awards in the generally in science, as well as the NRF awards, which it also gives every year. But you are right. That is why part of my focus now is on schools, because we must start there. And as I say, in terms of building computer labs and the building of science laboratories, which we are also doing, working with the Department of Basic Education and focusing on girls and women in particular. Nevertheless, you know, Honorable Mokoena, I would also like, though, that we think about this question. I know it's a tricky one. We are not yet there in terms of advancing and showcasing women. But the question must begin to arise. What are the unintended consequences of our successful focus on women, on boys, who, by the way, are full, it's them, in our prisons and correctional centers, such that we begin to say advancement of women must not then be seen as being an anti-man and an anti-boys project, which it never was. We mustn't stop with what we are doing, but we need to begin to debate that. And the mobilization of men, by the way, against gender-based violence and some of those things which are very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Badenhorst.
Minister, afternoon. You had absolutely no impact on getting more female students into the STEM in your last posting. Are you going to double down on your failed strategies, or is it time for you to step aside to make place for somebody who is everything that you are not? Progressive, honest, competent, and preferably female. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much. I was expecting that question from you, Honourable.
I could have asked for the Nexus report.
I don't want to go into that. Don't use this platform to want to ask. There is nothing that I'm unable to answer. You know, even including about that Nexus report. Because usually the problem is much deeper than you just post it, you know, than you just pose it. The work that I've done, if you ask me, I'm not ashamed of anything that I have done. And that I was part of the transition that dislodged the apartheid regime, which to me personally was one of my biggest achievements, because this country will not be where we are. And we are not going to allow a situation where those who are still looking back, they want to draw us to go back. We are no longer going back. Even as the ANC, we might have gotten 40%. Yes, it's a setback, but we are not going to allow our country to regress and actually regress and go to situations there. Now, I don't understand what is the import of your question. You know, are you asking the president to appoint somebody else? I'm glad he's unlikely perhaps to listen to you, not because I want the job for myself. I don't have any entitlement about being a minister whatsoever. You see, I think that the fundamental issue that we face as a country, we all have to look forward and not to look back. That will liberate people like yourselves. You need to be liberated. You actually say whatever skill you have should be contributing to advancing Black women, you know, and so on. If you say in my previous portfolio, I don't want to talk about my previous portfolio necessarily, but if you ask me, not because I'm talking about myself, I've done relatively well. I expanded NSFAS through billions of rands, reached more than 1 million students. We've actually built more. We've actually attracted more students to vocational education. The apartheid regime had it in law that a Black person can't be an artisan. We've done away with that and so on. It's like this Bella bill, by the way. It's just that some of us haven't had a chance now to talk about it. It's an old struggle that they lost in 1996 when we adopted the Constitution. That's why F.W. de Klerk resigned and pulled out of the government of national unity then, because they wanted to use Afrikaans-speaking schools as exclusive schools for white Afrikaners. So this what they are fighting about, the Bella Bill, is that battle that they lost. You know, colored people are the majority Afrikaans speakers. That is why you mustn't speak as if you are talking for the majority of Afrikaans speakers. As a white Afrikaner. Not only in the Western Cape, they are the majority Afrikaans speakers throughout the whole of South Africa, the colored people. Now, the problem is that we are trying to appropriate language, to use it to hide a whole range of things that do not belong to South Africa. I'm glad I've answered you and I'm done with you. I'm looking forward. If you remain in your old mold, that's your problem. I'm moving forward. We have a better South Africa that we have to build. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last follow-up question is from the Honorable Suwisa.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I hear your response when it comes to programs that have been put with the main purpose of introducing the girl child to mathematics and science, with the sole purpose of them venturing into science and innovation. But the sad reality is focus is on urban areas, and of those urban areas, schools are identified depend on the status of the school. That's the reality. With that said, how much effort for speciality has actually been championed in rural areas, working in collaboration with basic education to actually motivate the girl child in the rural area to venture into maths and science. I'm also going to speak like Honorable Mandisa said, let's leave Tofim for now. Let's speak about rural. What efforts are being made for that girl child to venture into maths and science? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Suwisa. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honorable Member. But Tofimvaba is rural and very rural. So it is an example of what we are doing. The concern that you have, I share, that we still have got to do more to advance the African girl child from the rural areas than what we have done. But to say so must not hide a lot of work that we've actually done. You know, there's something I notice as a phenomenon in KZN, my hometown, my home province. The increasing attraction to Istatamia, Maskandi, and Indlam. Now, I was analyzing, sitting down with someone. Why is it like this? Because not so long ago in our days, those things used to look down upon them, even ourselves as Black people. If you come from the rural area where Mampara, Wimpata, I was Luto, you know, and so on. That is changing. Even your Maskandi and Stratamia now are popular at universities. I'm sure this is a general phenomenon in the whole of South Africa. I'm just making an example with my hometown. I'm sure if you go to the Northwest, if you go to Limpopo, it's the same. Why? Because of the number of rural students that we have attracted to universities. You have to look at graduation ceremonies today and see what those students are doing and what that actually tells you about where now increasingly most of these students are coming from. So we've done very well in drawing. The challenge is that we've actually not done enough. I'm not Minister of Higher Education, but I can tell you NSFAS has changed this country for good. For good. It will never be the same because of access that we actually have. The challenge for me, Honorable Deputy Chair, is simply this. How do we work together to build on the achievements that we've made by addressing what has not yet been done, where we want to go to? And we must not make the mistake of wanting to judge ourselves by what has not happened by ignoring what we've done. We must start about what we've done and the achievements that we've actually made, and then say, given that, what more have we got to do? There's still a lot that we've got to do for the girl child, but that doesn't mean that we've actually not done anything. We've actually done a lot in affirming rural women in this country, although we still have got a lot more to do. That would be my answer, Honorable Chair, and hope that also honorable members who are still stuck in the past, they will move forward. So that we have a better South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And thank you very much for your presence in the House. We really appreciate your sentiments, especially with regard to the NCOP and the role that the NCOP has to play in the democracy that we share. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable colleagues, we now will move on to the next round of questions. And I'd like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Honorable Gayton McKenzie. All right, order, honorable members. Let's move on with the questions. Honorable Minister, firstly, welcome to the NCOP. We appreciate having you in the House, and thank you very much for being with us. The first question to you, Honorable Minister, was from the Honorable Feni, question 179. Your response, please.
Honorable Deputy Chair, please allow me just to say two things quickly. Firstly, I'm not going to answer any questions regarding Durban poison because I'm from Bloemfontein. I saw there was. And I just want to tell the members that in Sesotho there's a saying that says, "Wana osaling uswela tari." 6 o'clock, our national team is playing to qualify for the African Nations Cup. We should be equally excited about Bafana than we are about rugby. So there's a message in the message. What is the question? The first question? No, I'm saying we should ask quickly so that we can all go and support. Wat is die springbokke dat is al lank al geloop hierso. Yes, Honorable Feni. Yes, my department has a program regarding the repatriating heroes and heroines. In 2021, Cabinet approved a national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains in the heritage objects and the framework for the repatriation of the remains of those who died in exile. The policy covers and provides a framework for the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. Documentation falling under the ambit of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, the Justice and Constitutional Development, and military veterans, and the implementation of the long-term restitution and repatriation program. The most recent example of mass repatriation of human remains from Zambia and Zimbabwe was the ceremony that took place at Freedom Park. We brought back the youngest ANC Secretary General, Duma Nokwe, Mema Muposho, and Basil February. It happened, and that ceremony remains, the remains of nearly 50 fallen heroes were honored at the ceremony, which was attended by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, and many other notable dignitaries with the families of the fallen heroes. Further such repatriations are set to continue. Engagements and liaisons with host countries will continue for the purpose of identification of fallen heroes. The outcomes of these engagements will determine the possible form of memorialization to maintain relations between host countries and South Africa. In March 2023, Cabinet adopted an implementation plan with a country-to-country model in which human remains will be recovered and repatriated in groups in each country to consolidate time and cost. The plan's got different phases. In conclusion, Honorable, I just want to say that in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, this is going to be our headline program. We must bring closure. We must heal the hurt of the children that has not had the opportunity to bury their fathers and mothers. So rest assured, we've already in the first 100 days brought back 49 of our heroes. So in me being there, it's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I hope the honourable members got the subtle message that came from the honourable minister in his opening comments. Honourable Fanny, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. As you are always availing yourself also in our select committees, I must also raise that as it has been the situation, Honorable Peter, when he's up, was appreciating Honorable Minister who played. With regard to, in terms of, we have already presented, in terms of memorialization and then also the question of appreciating today in history, I think it's something that we must share. 35 years ago, it was the release of 5 Robben Island prisoners led by Ahmed Katrada. With regard to what you are raising in terms of ensuring that we are celebrating and also keeping the legacy alive. The question that I want to have, in connection with that as a commitment that have you made in, here, which form, because we are raising this question of memorialization, but I just want to check the form of memorialization the department now is embarking on in ensuring that the civil administration is not forgetting about those heroes, especially with those that are currently living, because ours legacy is not only for those who have passed, even though we are appreciating it, but also the question of those who are also, living. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response?
All right. Now, I think we must be honest. The 7th administration, the government of national unity, under the leadership of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, has done in the history of our democracy, we've never brought so many of our heroes back to South Africa. It happened for the first time under the GNU government. And at that very same commemoration, the president called me privately beforehand and he said, I must listen carefully, he's got an instruction for me and for the department. The instruction was, we need to build a hero's acre and we need to bring a memo to cabinet. Why am I mentioning that? Is to say that, this freedom that we enjoy today should never be taken for granted. People died for this freedom and we will not go back to the past. We are a socially cohesive country. We will hold hands. And the ones that want to take us back, they can remain there. But Runa, we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Du Plessis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'll be as quick as possible. Honourable Minister, firstly, I'd like to say it's interesting that you mentioned the Heroes Acre. My uncle is actually in Namibia, buried there. This is why this is a very important question that I want to ask now. And it's incredibly good to hear that there is progress, not just for our collective history, but for the families of these brave individuals. What guarantee is there to ensure that their grave sites are respected and maintained? And that what happened to Sarah Bartman's grave, yes, she was not a struggle hero, but she was a symbol of the vulnerable. And her gravesite being destroyed was additional destruction to her and what she stood for, as well as other historical sites like Kliptown, Lily's Leaf, and capture sites and exit houses throughout South Africa, that the same doesn't happen to these graves of these heroes. I just want to end it with, it was an incredible thing for my grandparents to be at his grave and see the respect that he got because he gave up his life, as many, many brave people have in this country and the history of this continent. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you, Honourable Du Plessis. I'm very happy to hear about your family members being at the Heroes Acre. It's really something to be proud of. But I want to say to you, I disagree when you say Sarah Bartman was not a struggle hero. Sarah Bartman was a struggle hero, a heroine. She was iconic. She fought. She was humiliated for the freedom that and she was resolute that freedom shall come in our lifetime. Maybe not in her lifetime, but many, particularly myself, we look up to the Sarah Bartmans of this world. We look up to the Harry Strandlopers of this world. But I agree with you when you say that we are currently, and what makes it so beautiful is that myself and Minister Dean McPherson are personally dealing with the issue of the Sarah Bartman grave. And with my next appearance here, we will come with very good news because we have to prevent it. It cannot happen and it shouldn't happen. And we as leaders will make sure that no grave, and just to inform the members quickly, that had nothing to do with the person Sarah Bartman. It had all to do with tender fights. People were unhappy and the local community was rightly unhappy because they felt that not even one security guard was taken from Henki, the area where the whole thing is happening. You can't just bring people in an area as if there's not unemployed people. But we are dealing with that issue now together with Minister Dean McPherson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now go on to the next follow-up question from the Honourable Msinga. Honourable Chinga, are you on the platform?
Yes, I am. Can you see me, Chair?
You're right. We can see you now. Please go ahead with your follow-up question.
Deputy Chair. Minister, if such programs exist, why is King Hintsa's head still in Europe? What is it doing there? If such programs exist, as you say that the policy was drafted in 2021, which efforts have been taken to also focus on celebrating our living legends and icons while they are still alive, as Honorable Feni was saying, especially those still impacting and affecting our lives today, rather than only honoring them after they have passed? Heroes like CIC Julius Malema, Bantu Olomisa, King Buyele Khaya Tadinjebo, the only king that fought in the struggle of this country, Mcholisi Ulana, Sonwabile Ndamase, Tony Brian Matyaka, Jonathan Butler, Mama Maralo, Makayantini, Mark Boucher, zininzi inqawa enokuthetha ngazo, Minister, ezisaphilayo kodwa are not recognized. We need to celebrate not only those who fought in the past struggle, Minister, but also those who are actively contributing to the society today across various fields: music, art, sports, fashion, social, beauty, golf, you name it. Minister, asinokwazi ukuthi namhlanje into yokokuba bazile abantu kodwa inhloko kakumkani uHintsa isese-Europe. 10 isese-Europe. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, did you
Yes,
manage to catch that?
yeah,
The
managed to
sound
catch that.
wasn't too clear. Thank you.
Right.
Your
Thank you,
response.
Honourable Member. You know, it's true that King Hintsa was a hero. And I agree with the Honourable Member that King Hintsa, the skull of King Hintsa should be returned. I must also be honest that I've done no work in that regard yet. But tomorrow I will start work in that regard because it's an important part of our history, the return of the skull of King Hintsa. We must also admit that South Africa is the land of heroes. But we cannot say why this one while we started the process. There's already 46 that has come. And you know, you have the ex-PAC president, the president of the PAC. He was also brought back. So I'm saying that everybody would want, I would want also people from the colored community. Obviously, I will want them also to come back, but life doesn't work like this. We should bring people, like we concentrate on Zimbabwe and Zambia. We are now concentrating on Angola because there's landmines where our leaders are. And the process is not as easy as I thought. It's very difficult. And the reason why I managed to do it, Honorable, is because members of the PAC and members of the ANC that did this previously, they helped us along the way. They gave advice, they gave guidance. So it's not Mackenzie, it's really a collective of the government of national unity that did this. And I do take what the honorable member is saying. We are a land of many heroes. And thank you for reminding me about King Hintsa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Breed.
Dankie, agbare adjunk voorsitter. Agbare minister, daar lê krag in geskiedenis van die wat ons land gebou het, die wat help veg het vir ons vryheid, is dit baie belangrik om toe te sien dat hulle hier is. En ek glo met die repatriasie doen u dit met waardigheid. Maar daar waar hulle tans tot rus gelê is en u het gepraat van die Heldeakker en moet ek vir u sê die toestand van die Heldeakker van ons begrafplase tans is nie, agbare Du Plessis dit genoem, van Sarah Baartman se graf, is nie met waardigheid, hulle kan nie met waarde tot ruste gelê word nie. Ons word nie toegelaat om daardie persone werklik waar te celebrate vir wat hulle vir Suid-Afrika gedoen het nie. En ek weet begrafplase is 'n munisipale funksionaliteit, maar ek glo dit is belangrik dat u departement tog 'n hand daaroor hou om toe te sien dat hierdie heroes van Suid-Afrika wel tot waarde, tot rus gelê kan word. Het u enige planne? Gaan u iets daaromtrent doen en hoe gaan u verseker dat munisipaliteite wel daardie begrafplase netjies hou waar ons helde ter ruste gelê is? Dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Breed. Honorable Minister, your response, please.
Agbare de Breed, baie dankie vir wat u nou net sopas gesê het. En ek stem volkome saam. Ek stem 100% met u. Dat daadwerklike stappe moet geneem word. Eerstens teen die munisipaliteite, wat nie ons begrafplasse in toestand hou waar ons almal kan trots wees. So ek stem volkome saam met u as dit kom by die begrafplasse. Maar ek wil ook vir u sê dat die Sarah Baartman, dan moet ons nie hanteer asof dit al die grafte is nie. Ek het verlede week verby Walter Sisulu se graf gery. En hy was mooi na gekyk, vars blomme, geen kraak, alles was mooi daar. So ek wil maar net sê, die Sarah Baartman, dit is in 'n slegte toestand, maar ek wil ook nie hê dit moet wees dat ons dink dat al die helde van gister en eergister se grafte so lyk nie. Ons gaan daar daadwerklike werk doen aan die Sarah Baartman se graf. Dit beloof ek vir u plegtig. En tweedens en laastens wil ek vir u sê, ons het baie, dit is nie net met grafte, maar ook met sportstadiums. En ons kyk, die munisipaliteite maak net nie die goede reg nie. Die goede verval in onbeskryflike toestande. En ons het nou besluit as 'n departement, ons besig om te skryf na Treasury toe om vir hulle te vra of ons die geld kan terughou. Want hulle kry geld om die stadions reg te maak, om die grafte reg te maak. Maar hulle doen dit net nie, hulle gebruik die geld vir ander redes wat niks voor bedoel is. So ek kan vir u beloof dat ons binnekort 'n brief gaan rig en vra of ons die geld kan terughou, nie van alle munisipaliteite, maar wel van die wat nie voldoen waarvoor die fondse beskikbaar gestel was aan hulle. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next question, which was question 187 from the Honorable Dr. Skriokokel. Minister, could you respond to that question, please?
All right. You see, the transformation of the naming landscape in South Africa is a critical component of the heritage landscape. The process follows the South African Geographical Name Council, SAGNC Act number 118 of 1998, and the United Nations resolutions and geographical names which guide the process of name standardization and name changes in South Africa. The Provincial Geographical Names Committee, PGNCs, hold public consultation meetings prior to submitting name change applications to the SAGNC. And the minister do not process and should never process any name change applications unless there is documented proof of credible public consultation at the local level. The cost carried by the department related to name changes is budgeted for as an allocation towards the transformation of South Africa's naming landscape in order to reflect the history and languages of the majority of the people of South Africa. It is also part of the symbolic reparations in line with recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The argument that name changes should not occur in South Africa for budgetary reasons is a very well-trodden and regularly raised point. Every year, for the past 30 years, the primary flaw with this idea is that it is unlikely ever that in South Africa we will ever reach a point where unemployment is at 0% and that there will be no competing priorities for public funds. It is important that name changes are not done without some good cause and relatively conservatively, but arguing that it should not be done at all would be unreasonable, given our country's tragic history. If we were to wait before considering any name change whatsoever, until all the various other problems in South Africa has been solved, then we shall have to wait for many decades, if not centuries, before daring to consider a single name change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Skreekhovel, is there a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, names are important, and that is how we acknowledge and remember all those that have contributed to South Africa's history. But is the minister aware of the reported case, which myself I did, to the public protector regarding the provincial government in the Free State, which tried to change the name of the Naisville and Gawie Game Reserve without public participation? If so, what action steps will the minister take to stop officials using name changes for political motivated actions rather than protecting South African heritage?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your response.
You know, we must be honest. Name changes are political. You know, you cannot expect Black people that lived through the worst times of apartheid to live in a street called Verwoerd. It is a reminding, to wake up every morning and to be reminded of the injustice and the pain that you suffered. We must be fair. You know, people say we don't want this name changes, but you look at all these BE companies. They got Black names, but some of our people in this country are easy to change the names, the company's name to Black names. But when it comes to changing names that also suits the Black majority, they have a problem. But the BE deal, the names get changed now. You have Kumalo and Sons, but there's not one Black people in that sometimes. So, but we must be honest, we must also not do it as revenge. You must not want to hurt people. You know, we have instances, I've had an instance where something on my desk now, where they're trying to change the name. And there's absolutely no consultation. They just wanted to hurt the white minority in that town. They never spoke to nobody. They never asked them, what do they feel? I sent it back. What I'm saying is that we should understand we've got a troubled history. And that history would need us to make sacrifices. White people need to understand that certain names that will have to change. Black people will have to understand that it should be done not in a way as revenge, but it should be done in the spirit of how far we've come as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Makasini.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Re ke dumedise mohlomphehi. name change e tlameha e etsahale. And le nna ke a dumela e tlameha e etsahale through the public consultation. And ba kgatlhanong le hore re change ditoropana tsa rona hangata ha ba batle nnete re bue nnete mo re tswang. Re kekebe ra ba hantle mane Freestata be re na le toropo e bitswa Harris Smith Tate Harris Smith ala rea toropo ya Harris Smith ka mosadi wa hae. There really is okay if you go to Lady Smith today, mutula rea toropo ya Lady Smith ka mosadi wa hae kapa ka girlfriend ya hae, then you must still say it's okay. Public participation e tlameha e etsahale, mara cost effective o tlameha re ska ra etsa in a manner ya hore be re sebedisa tjhelete unreasonable, re sa checka status tsa rona sa budget ya rona, because ha re etsa name change ya Harris Smith kapa ya Lady Smith, the municipality addresses le bona they will have to incur the cost because ba tlo change the address. But bana ba tshwana le mokgotsi wa ka ka pela ka mo ba sa ratle taba ya name changing like ntho ba yentseng Brandford, re kekebe ra thola be re ska etsahala. Jwale ka mane Poldru re kekebe ra dumela hore mane Freestata mo o tswang heno re dule ka re toropo tsa batho ba re hlekefeditseng ba sa show any remorse. So on that one it tlameha etsahala. Yes, public participation, we must follow everything through the latter public consultation, and re tla support on that one. Ha etsahale ra e batla a re tlo dula le Harris Smith any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maksasini. We now, Honorable Minister, your response.
Wa tseba motho mo lifeng mo lifeng wa tseba ba re go phila ke o mamela batho ba bua le wena wa ithuta. He ne ke sa tsebe Harris Smith in le girlfriend or slave queen is Lady Smith. Ne ke sa tsebe so wa tla ke leboe member ke batla o leboa fighter for umpe history yo. O bua nnete ke dumela le wena. Tshwantse re change mabitso. Mara tshwantse re etse ka molao e re dumetseng ka yone. Re ska batla nka di shortcut. Ha ba ikhutse bo Lady Smith re kinye mabitso a ka tsang for re thabe kaofela. Because ka bona mabitso a di o etsa varam. Di etsa o hlage. So ke batla re etse nna ke na to mamela motho o tlo mplela free ke ska etsa name change and hardly ka mabaka. Eo yona e no loka le nna. Ha e sebetse le nna. Tshwantse re etse di name change and re tsame ka molao a ke re molao iteng. Because if I dumela mabitso a eme le o sa nna maketse ke tla tlisa slave queen ya ka ke re town le ke re ka slave queen ba ke etsa mohlala fela check you protect me. Deputy Chair. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next follow-up question from the Honorable Sibande.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Also, I'd like to thank you, Minister, for your progressive response to the question. Therefore, South Africa has a history of division and oppression. It is very interesting to listen to those who have benefited from the division of the past when they question the attempts to correct our history and heritage. My question, is it necessary to transform the naming landscape in South Africa? Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for thanking me first. I think, it is very, very necessary. You must understand, name change didn't start with the fourth or third or first administration. When the English was running South Africa, or the Union of South Africa, and the Afrikaner came into political power, they also changed names to suit not only the narrative, but to suit the political climate of that era. So we must not be made to feel like we've invented name changes. It's not a South African or an African phenomenon. It's a worldwide phenomenon. There's a lot of emotion in it. I mean, for instance, I'll make you an example. Many years ago, I was wrong. I was one of the people that wanted the Springbok emblem to be removed. Until the Afrikaners fought for the Springbok emblem to remain, because it was important to them. And I was on the other side. And Nelson Mandela came, and he convinced all of us that you must never change a name to hurt people. Because I wanted to change the name to hurt white people. Now, if the Springboks still remain, and we manage to have empathy for the pain of the people that loved the Springboks then, today we all love the Springboks. So they will also love Robert Sobukwe Airport or whatever rename that we have. We can't be listening to racists. That one I will never do. We can't be told by a racist that wants to remain, that wants this street, Eugene de Kock Street. How can we allow that? Like we are not in power. No, we can't. So names will be changed, but it should not be done as revenge. The Springboks, some of us wanted to revenge, but Mandela taught us, and their teachings are still with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Farmer.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister and President of the fastest growing party in South Africa. My president. Minister, can you please share us your view and the view of your department with regards to the government of the Western Cape not recognizing the history of the indigenous people of the Western Cape with regards to name changes? Our people are not recognized. The Western Cape is not changing names to the Sarah Bartmans, the Kratuas, the Harry the Strandlopers. Brown people, colored people's heroes are not being recognized by the Western Cape and Cape Town, especially in particular. Can you share us your view on that? That's President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable Minister, your response?
You know, I speak with the Honourable Minister once a week, and we always speak Afrikaans. Now when we are here today, he's speaking to me in English. You must say, I want to say that, you know, I agree with him. There's a slow pace of name changes in the Western Cape. But before I cast any aspersions, I would like to see, is there a fast pace of applications? I've not seen that. So I need to balance to say, because you can't say we are not changing names and there's no application to change names. And you know, the reason why I was appointed the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture is to do the people's will. And if the people of the Western Cape, whoever was, if it is true that they were blocking, and they were blocking it, that's about to change. Because this falls under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and I am the minister now. So there's no excuse. We can't be blaming the DA if it doesn't happen in future. I should be blamed because that falls under me. But I must add to you that, you know, in South Africa, we should be very jealous of what we've achieved as a country. You know, some of us here and elsewhere, we sometimes underestimate what we as a country has achieved. We have become one nation. I make the one example of this term. I knew white guys, they were wet, when they were wet behind the ears, they were taught racism. But today, that very same white guy that was wet behind the ears, his eyes get wet when he sings Morena Bulukas Chabasaruna. I know black people that fought to death not to speak Afrikaans. But today, the very same black people that fought to death are singing with gusto in die blou van ons hemel. So we should never, never underestimate how far we have come as one nation under God. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes question 187. We now move on to question 180 that was posed by Honorable Mokwele. Your response, Honorable Minister.
Oh, sorry, it's me. I'm waiting. Yes. So my apologies, Deputy Chair. Hey, I see. I was blinded by that. That pink was so. That pink dress. I know. Honorable Mokwele, I would like to thank you for this question, as it places a clear focus on an area of work under my ministry that requires serious attention. I would like to assure Honorable Member Mokwele that the matter of digitizing our archives and putting systems in place to retrieve our records easily is one that I do not take lightly. Since we are clearly far behind where we would like to be as a country, especially when it comes to the mass scanning of documents. That being said, here's the background of the current problem that you have highlighted, Honorable. The National Archives and Record Services of South Africa, as a branch under the department, is striving to promote access to archival collections and preserve national heritage through historic records, regardless of form or medium. Archival records are collected nationwide in different formats and media. As a result, the National Archives have paper records, sound recordings, and film records with historical value. Records such as those covering the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including audio tapes, the Rivonia trial, dictabelts, treason trial, dictabelts, CODESA, the Multi-Party Negotiating Forum, the Constitutional Assembly, the Soweto Uprising, and more have been digitized with the intention of making them accessible to the public through the use of the National Automated Archival Information Retrieval System. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has a service-level agreement with the State Information Technology Agency, SITA, for the hosting and maintenance of the National Automated Archival Information Retrieval Systems, as they are the ones who customized and implemented the system for the department. However, I'm advised since the retirement of the lead resource at SITA, who was maintaining the system, SITA has struggled to allocate someone else with the requisite technical skill and knowledge to maintain the system. This led to the system being unstable, as SITA could no longer maintain the system up to the required standards. DSEC continued to work with SITA, however, to ensure that even when the system was unstable, DSEC data was protected and backed up internally, as the service level agreement with SITA is still intact and in effect. I'm advised that SITA issued an open tender to appoint a service provider to maintain and upgrade the system over a 12-month period. The service provider started working on the system in September 2024. The appointed service provider is responsible for stabilizing and upgrading the system to the latest version, maintaining the system, and ensuring that there's skills transfer to the SITA team to be able to do it so we don't find ourselves in the same situation. Maintaining the system also going forward We now expect, and in fact, no, we demand that the system will be stabilized and improved based on the planned upgrades and maintenance measures. The department is also utilizing access to memory as an alternative to capture archival descriptions, publishing these to NARSA website to enable easier access to archival records by the public. ATOM, which is the abbreviation used, is a project by the Internal Council on Archives that provides free software for institutions to disseminate their archival holdings on the internet. All these efforts have been made to ensure that service delivery continues and the department adheres to its mandate of promoting access to archival records. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mokwele, do you have a follow-up?
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, maybe first and foremost, let me start by appreciating you for recognizing that as the country, we are coming a long way. And also for recognizing that the ANC-led government has done a lot in making sure that, in particular, with the particular question that I've been asking you, to make sure that you don't want it to hold us back. I really appreciate you. Honorable Minister, the access to archival records by the public is very important, especially for students who need the information for research. Can the Minister assure the whole South African that the problem is resolved, as you have been, when you were presenting, Minister, I was listening to you where you were indicating the measure that will indicate that this matter is not going to. So can the Minister indicate that the problem is resolved and will not we will not recur in the future? I thank you.
The Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, your response.
No, thank you very much. Yesterday, I met with the whole senior management and middle management of the department. And I put this as the number one thing I told them, that we have to digitalize all the information we have. Because AI, artificial intelligence, will not recognize our works in the future, our music in the future, academic records will not be recognized. So we don't have time. We can't have one person. It has now been resolved with one person there, but it doesn't stop there. We are going to put out an advert so we can get the same skill. You can't have one. It's like an endangered species. We must learn through what happened in the past. So I can assure you, this takes precedence in the office, because if we don't do it, it's Armageddon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Follow-up question from Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. We can see you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, honorable members of the House, and good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Minister, any new technological system introduced needs related training for it. Seeing that this National Automated Archival Information Retrieval System was not yielding the results or was not being used as anticipated, was there any operational training in preparation of the system operators to have thorough knowledge of this? If it's so, how were the operators prepared? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that question. I agree with you. You can't have a new system without training the people. Unfortunately, this is not my department. I'm myself aggrieved with the process. I can only have a meeting very soon where I would tell them, as the person paying for the service, I expect not one person to know the system? What if the car bumps that person? And then we are back to square one again. But so I agree with you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, but I see I'm speaking it over your life for the future. So, but what I'm saying is that we as the department, the process is too slow. The current process will take us, somebody was making an example, the current process will take us 3 lifetimes to digitize everything. So we've decided we're gonna go out on tender to make sure that we get more companies to do the work. You have places like, I was at a business the other day called, I think, Arena Holdings, and they have made great strides in digitizing. I went to the Oorlogsmuseum in Bloemfontein, and I could see the work that has been done there. So I just think that, to answer your question, Honorable Member, we are going to fast track. We can also just urge, as far as CETA is concerned, we have no direct authority to tell them, but as a customer, as a paying customer to them, I think we can tell them what we demand. Thank you very much, but surely there's going to come change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Sawubona, Minister. Part of the reason why we as Umkhonto we were rejected most of our budget votes was that we felt there was lack of planning and lack of effective budget allocation to votes. So my question to you is, could you provide us with a breakdown of a budget allocation for the development of this system and the maintenance of it, as well as the upgrading of it? And furthermore, could you also give us basically an assurance of our concerns about leakage of data, the security of the data, whether or not it's not open to vulnerability now that we know that one person has resigned and no one else is left there? Is it not vulnerable for data loss? Is it not vulnerable for cyber attacks? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, your response.
Yeah, no, I think, Honorable Member, I did mention also that the one person resigned, but they assured us that they managed to get another person. From where I'm sitting, I'm not happy that you can have one person always. Then you've not learned from the previous mistake. You know, this thing does not need one person. We have started the conversation yesterday in our department. We even had a breakaway, and this was part of the 6 points on the agenda, that we need to digitize all the records and get different and relevant companies that does this around the world. We're not the first people to do it. There's expertise out there in the world. We must just entice those expertise to apply. As far as your question that I should break down how much it costs, I don't even know how the machine looks. So I'm not going to come here and act like I know. I don't know how the machine looks. I don't even know the breakdown. I don't know the cost, but I can find out the cost, and I can surely promise you that I can send a mail with the breakdown and the cost. It's not even done by my department, but we're paying, so it will be easy to get that information. I promise you by tomorrow, when we celebrate the win of Bafana, you'll have the cost. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Pienaar.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Goeiemiddag, achtbare minister. Welkom in die huis van die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies. Ek hoop jy geniet dit tot dusver. Minister, you are well known for making commitments. Can you, however, now commit to this House the timelines when the system will be stabilized, so we as the NCOP can hold you accountable to them? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Pienaar. Honorable Minister.
Are you done, Mr. Pienaar? I don't think he's done. He said, I'm well known for making commitments. He forgot to say, and adhering to those commitments. So, you know, Honorable Pienaar, when I was standing with my leader there, Honorable Farmer, and we were just chatting when I just became a minister, and he was congratulating me, and the children of Duma Nokwe came to me, and they said to me, please, can you please find it in your heart to bring our father's remains? I said, within 3 months, your father's remains will be here. And they said the same thing that you say, you like to make commitments. And they were the first ones to say at the memorial to the president, in my presence, this man has kept his word. So I want you to say the same like the children of Tumanokwe after a while. I don't know the timelines, but I can make sure the timelines get to you by tomorrow because I've left them in to strategize. Tomorrow, Honorable Pinar, Agbare Pinar, ek sal vir u vind en ek sal die nommer vat voor ek loop en seker maak dat ek die datums kry en terugkom sodat u ook kan goed praat van my in die volgende besoek wat ek hier kom aflê. Dankie.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes question 180. We now move on to question 191 as asked by the Honourable Breed. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
The name change of the Denysville in the Free State has not been brought to the attention of the South African Geographical Council, named Council, and also does not fall within the mandate of national government. As the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, I'm therefore not aware of any proposal or decision of this name change. Names of municipalities do not fall within the jurisdiction of the South African Geographical Names Council Act number 118 of 1998, and therefore do not fall within the mandate of myself as the minister. But I've heard about people talking and asking me about Denysville. I can assure you that I've not seen anything on my desk. I even went to the extent of making a call, and it is not yet at SAGNC Act, SAGNC. I must add that the process of name changes generally should be considered in the context of being part of symbolic reparations in line with the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. So I want to assure you, Honorable, that Denysville shall be treated with the same way. It should go through the same processes. We shall not bulldoze any name change in this country. Anybody who wants the name change must follow the process. Anybody that wants the name to remain should follow the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Breed, your follow-up question.
Dankie, agbare adjunkvoorsitter. Baie dankie vir daai antwoord, agbare minister. Het baie gesê in die vorige vraag en ek dink daar moet gepraat word in 'n stadium en ons moet gekyk word na wat is gedeelde erfenis en wat is eensydige erfenis. En ek dink naamsverandering het die geleentheid om baie vinnig 'n eensydige erfenis te word en nie 'n gedeelde erfenis nie. En dit is wat belangrik is. Veral in Denysville kan ek net sê dat Denysville het die natuurreservaat moet hernoem word omdat daar van die steentydperk ruïnes van vorige beskawings geneem word en dit is goed en die VF+ ondersteun dit. Maar om eensydige naam te verander en minister, ek wil nie net agtergrond gee. Op die 11de September het die inwoners van Denysville vir die eerste keer kennis geneem van die naamsverandering en daar is tydperk gegee vir besware wat toe reeds 5 September verstryk het. Op die vergadering van die 23ste September wat die provinsie geroep het die departement nie eers opgedaag na hulle eie vergadering nie. 'n Vergadering wat nie eers in die dorp van Denysville gehou is nie, maar met hulle naamsverandering te doen het nie. En agbare minister, wil ek graag by u weet, ek verwelkom dit dat u gesê het u 'n oproep gemaak het, maar ek wil weet, watse versekering kan u gee vir die inwoners van Denysville dat daar ordentlike sorgvuldige konsultasie sal geskied oor die naamsveranderinge, dat dit die erfenis van Denysville en sy gemeenskappe meervoud sal reflekteer en dat dit nie net eensydige erfenis is wat deur soos u voorheen al gesê het gebulldoze gaan word nie. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honourable Breed. Honourable Minister, your response.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. U sien, net na wat u nou gesê het, na aanleiding van alles wat u nou gesê het ek al klaar 4 dinge opgetel, wat nie reg gedoen was nie. En ek wil op rekord gaan en ek wil dit op rekord plaas dat jy kan nie 'n naamsverandering vergadering hou en jy hou dit in 'n ander dorpie. Dit is vergaande. Dit is belaglik. Ek meen is soos om Nando's toe te gaan en gaan koop jy McDonald's daar. Dat gaat nie gebeur nie. En ons, soos jy sê, ons moet dit baie mooi hanteer as leiers. Jy kan nie op die 11de mense roep vir 'n besluit wat op die 5de moes al gemaak was nie. Dit is verkeerd. Dit wys die motiewe is verkeerd. En ek staan en u vra watter assuransie of watter versekering kan ek gee. En ek sê nou vir u duidelik, ek sê vir u sigbaar, ek sê vir u voor almal. As die wat u vir my nou gesê het, as dit inderdaad met alle respek waar is, dan kan hulle vergeet van dit. Want as hulle sak so sterk is, dan hoef ons nie aan onderduimse metodes onsself moet blootstel nie. So, kom ons wag maar na ons tafel toe kom en dan kyk ons en ons hoor, ons het nou u kant gehoor en ons hoor nou hulle kant en dan maak ons 'n besluit wat die wet vir ons sê ons moet maak. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We now go on to the next follow-up question from the Honourable Finnis.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the response. Is there anything wrong in changing names as part of symbolic repatriations? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Minister, your response?
I didn't get a question. If you can just assist me with the question.
She was talking about the repatriations and linking that with name change, if I heard her correctly. Honourable Member, did we hear you correctly? Could you please explain?
Yes, Chair. I just want to know, is there anything wrong in changing names as part of symbolic repatriations?
Maybe it's two questions in one. No, there's nothing wrong with name changes. Name changes will happen. Name changes shall happen. We must change names. And those ones that say, yeah, name changes are being used for revenge. We change a name to Beyers Nordier Street. We change an airport and we call it Bram Fisher. Now you can't say this thing is against white people, for instance. But we've changed names to our white heroes. So I just want to get that one out of the way. Secondly, there's absolutely nothing wrong with name changes. It must be done right. There's everything wrong if it is done purely for revenge or purely outside the rules. Then the issue of, when you're a child and you see and your father died in exile, and you see children with their fathers, and you don't even know where your father is. It's not right. So we will keep on until we bring the last person that fought for this freedom. We will bring them back. One journalist, I was very fortunate to remember this journalist, was at the press briefing of Minister Ronald Lamola. And this journalist asked Minister Ronald Lamola said, we are going to go get the Guptas. And that journalist was there and he clapped hands. When we had the repatriation function, he asked me, when I said we are going to get the heroes in Angola, he asked me, how much is that going to cost? I said, not enough. You were quiet when we said we're getting the Guptas because it suits your narrative. But now when we go get our heroes that suit the narrative of others, you now want to know about price. So price is being used here to get those things. For me, I'm not going to allow those things. I'm going to do what the South Africans want us to do, and we are going to repatriate and we're going to bring the heroes back. We are going to change names that need change. We are not going to do it as a revenge. We will be circumspect in doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honourable Brits.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, I've been listening to you very attentively. In the words of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and I quote, "We engage in the monumental red herring of a divisive name-changing exercise. Do our heroes and heroines come from one political group? How many of the hungry and unemployed would put that hugely divisive and expensive exercise as their priority concern?" End of quote. Honourable Minister, it's not my words. Now the question, was the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu and his high moral compass wrong on the subject of name changes in South Africa?
Thank you, Honourable Brits. I didn't hear a question there, Honourable Minister, but if you did, you can respond. Thank you.
I don't hear, I'm a bit lost.
Honourable Deputy Chair, I can repeat the question that I've asked. My question is, Honourable Minister, was the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu's high moral compass wrong on the subject of name changes in South Africa?
All right, thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
No, you see, Bishop Desmond Tutu was not only a man of God, but he was our leader. He led us during when we were oppressed. He was in the forefront. But I don't want us to come here. The Constitution is sacrosanct, not the words of any person. Because I said many things. We mustn't use what people said to suit a particular narrative. Desmond Tutu fought and dedicated his whole life to injustices, including the injustices of living in a street called Hendrik Verwoerd. He fought Hendrik Verwoerd. So I think you are now taking advantage of what the old man has said to suit you being against name changes. We are renaming some of the names to people. They are the reason why me and you are in this parliament today. And you want to go against those people that lay their lives down for us to come speak sense or sometimes nonsense. We must not be apologetic. We have a past in this country. And people, I detest the things that suit yourselves. The things that suit you, you would not want to change. Do you understand the pain of a person that has been killed by an Adrian Flock? The father and mother has been killed and they must walk in the street called Flock. It's a constant reminder of their pain. We must be, no, but I didn't interrupt you. Chairperson, Deputy Chair, I spoke, I didn't interrupt him.
Now you're protected, Honourable Minister.
So what I'm saying to you is that Desmond Tutu was a great man, but we can't come here and act like everything Desmond Tutu has said we must abide by. No, he was a human. He was a man of God. He was not God. So we need to be very respectful of the bishop. But the bishop was a human being. We say sometimes stuff. We agree with, we say sometimes stuff. If I'm dead, one day I said the worst person in South Africa is President Cyril Ramaphosa. The other day I said, Ruratakau fella Ramaphosa. So now when I'm dead, you're going to choose this one, I said, and that one I said. People change their minds. We are human beings. Wise people like myself, we change our minds constantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next follow-up question is from Honourable Makasini. Honourable Makasini, your follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Minister. The renaming of the street and other landmarks in South Africa is necessary to exercise it, as most of the names are offensive due to the association with apartheid. And every day, with every sign of a landmark that is unchanged, it reminds us of our history, as you correctly said it. So, Tina, we are saying,
Honorable member.
Is it parliamentary that a person, after being answered and he don't like it, he just leaves?
Well, it's his choice that he had. to-
Last Bafana Bafana. One thing about that man, he last Bafana Bafana.
oh, so.
Sorry, continue.
So I want to check, I say it's necessary, the issue of name changes, but you must follow law to the letter, and you must make sure the public participation is done in the areas where the name changes are happening. But you cannot do the name changing of Refeng Khotso, or Strateng sa Refeng Khotso, because Dalesville in Sesotho, we are calling Refeng Khotso. And the comrades who fought for that renaming of that town, they knew why did they call that area Refeng Khotso, because they were suffering. So we'll wait for you to get the application, and as economic freedom fighters will participate in public participation, and we still fight for other areas like Pondru, Leona, and the application will make sure you receive in your offices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your response.
Yeah, me ha etsa dintho ka tsela o tla nna le kgotso. When dintho di tsamaya ka hantle, I will await the application. I'm not going to talk about stuff that's not by me yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. That concludes question 191. We now go on to question 193, as asked by the Honorable Chirwa Mpongose. Minister, your response. Your response.
I have not been made aware that Sivuleleni Primary School in Soweto has no sporting facilities. However, I must hasten to add that this school is not alone. I've been advised that the vast majority of schools in our country, and I know it personally, have very few or even no sporting facilities, and that the vast majority of our learners are not participating in extracurricular activities, particularly sport. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has not been able to tell me why we were not informed about this particular school, but that is the thing with most schools in this country. They are in a state, there's no sporting facilities, but my department has, however, recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Basic Education on the implementation of sports in schools. I'm very serious about our intention as government to bring back extracurricular activities to schools, including sports and the arts. It is essential that access to equipment, coaching and equipment are broadened for the majority of young people in our country, because only this will ensure that we are able to transform sport in this country. We are also cognizant of the fact that we need to keep partnering with local government and improve the impact of local government as an implementer of sporting infrastructure. Local municipalities benefit from the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, ring-fence funding allocation for sports infrastructure through National Treasury and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. This will help to ensure that more facilities are built for access to various sporting codes. This act further provides management and technical support to more than 52 local municipalities, which also contribute to access to more sporting codes. The above being said, however, it is clear that we are not at the start of turning around a long-running challenge, and much work awaits us. The schools in South Africa is painful if you see our children don't play sport. And thank you, Honorable, for asking me that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question will be taken by the Honorable Suisa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I think each and every person that has been given an obligation to serve South Africans needs to be proactive and not reactive. So anything that is outstanding, the first thing that you should have found out is to how many schools do have and how many of those schools are special needs schools, because children with special needs, need to be accommodated in different environments and need to be out there in the outside for them to experience, because some of them cannot sit for too long in a classroom that is very not conducive for them. Nonetheless, noting the assertion by the Minister on countless occasions that the department is prioritizing enabling access to various sporting codes in previously disadvantaged schools and communities, what has been the results of the analysis by the department and how many of these facilities will have to be created and upgraded in all provinces? What is the plan of action of meeting this, and what then is the financial feasibility study results on the money that is needed to achieve? Because we can't just say we are going to introduce sporting codes in schools when there are no proper facilities in schools. And some of these schools are also exposed to vandalism because there is no proper fencing. So the feasibility study, what does it say? What are the results? We don't want to find ourselves by 2029 when the term ends, and then it's only then that projects are going to start to actually make sure that disadvantaged schools do have proper sporting facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, your response.
Thank you very much, Honourable. You know, it's true what you're saying, that special needs children truly need special needs attention. You can't keep them long in a class, but I think as a country, we fail adequately when it comes to the needs of special needs children. I say this with all humility, that we need to do more. It can't be that even I as a minister can't tell you how many special needs schools there are, although it doesn't fall under me. But you are right, Honourable, I should have made an effort. I will go and make an effort because I understand the importance of special needs children. But your second point you made brought me to this main question. You see, honourable members, we must be honest about the next thing. Every black person in this room that went to school didn't have pole vaulting at his school. Every single one. You didn't have pole vaulting at your school. You go to schools still classified as black schools today, you still would not find pole vaulting. The kids that make it are from the private schools. The kids that make it has to go to the private schools. I can show you Walaza, Kiro High School had to take Walaza and he got a silver medal at the Olympics. Now I'll tell you something very deep. That if you think about it, you'll understand what I saw after thinking about it for a long time. Walaza then went to the Peru Youth Championship, where he got a medal for 100 meters and a medal for 200 meters. He's the fastest under 20 old in the world. And they asked him at the press conference, he was sitting at my right-hand side, what is it that is your highlight since you've been winning medals? He said, the ice cream, the free ice cream machine at the Olympics. He says, I was there all day, every day. He still gets excited for ice cream. It tells a deeper story. And as the minister and as a sport lover, I then called the whole team together and said, we need to bring sports back in schools, art and culture. I then met with my counterpart, the Minister of Basic Education, Mr. Kwarube. We workshopped this idea. We then got the memorandum of agreement and understanding after our bilaterals. We then spoke to countries even on the outside like Jamaica to come and ask them, how did you achieve all this greatness in running? We went to Azerbaijan. We asked them, how do you become such a gymnastic country in such a short space of time? We then ring-fenced in my department 69 million rand. The 69 million is to make sure that kids that don't have the equipment must now get the sporting equipment. That 69 million has been ring-fenced. And I can tell you there's a new thing, I see it at all the private schools. It's wall climbing. It's something they put against the wall because it's an Olympic sport. Our schools in the townships don't have that. But we should not begrudge the private schools for having it. We should learn from the private schools because we should not get angry with them. We should learn from them. So I can assure you, Honorable, we're starting at a very low base. Things are bad, but we're going to make things better. Just watch the GNU and you'll see how things get better.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question from Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon to the Minister. Minister, you've partly answered most of what I was going to ask you today, but I think there is some emphasis that is needed to be made on some of the issues which you've raised. The Minister would know that at least 35% of schools in South Africa do not have sporting facilities. It is further said that 2 of every 5 schools in the country do not have sporting facilities. And according to the National Education Infrastructure Management System, in 2021, 10,000 or just over 10,000 of 23,000 public schools in the country don't have facilities again. And in the province that I come from, that I represent, the province of KwaZulu-Natal, just over half of the public schools do not have sporting facilities. Now, considering the crucial role that sport plays in children's development, I want to ask that, does the Minister agree that these shocking statistics across board and the lacking of sport facilities in school is a national crisis? I think it's a national crisis, Minister. And you've indicated the plans that you've had, you've indicated the discussions that you have with the Department of Education. But can you give this House some reassurance on what exactly are you doing to ensure that we, by all means, try and rectify what is going on, because we cannot continue in this manner. And I think you've touched on some of the things that you are doing. Can you give this House some specifics of exactly what you are doing, along with the Department of Education, to try and rectify this situation? And also, if you can just agree that this is
Your time
definitely a national
expired.
crisis.
Remember, Honorable Minister, your response?
I think, the 35% that you're speaking about equates to roughly 8 million children. It is a national crisis. The fact that we've signed a memorandum, a MOU, clearly must show you that there's a strong intention beyond words, but into a written contract or written agreement that we want to bring change. The fact that we've ring-fenced 69 million in my department, nothing speaks louder and more clearer of our intention to make this a priority. A child in sport is a child out of court. I grew up being in conflict with the law because I walked away from sport. People that was in our community, I'll make you one example of one person in my street where there was gangsters. He remained in sport. When I was in prison, I saw him on TV. He stays 5 houses from my mom's house. His name is Willem Jackson. He played for Bafana Bafana. That is what sport does. Ashwin Willemse, big gangster boy, got involved in rugby. He became the world's best rugby player. I'm trying to show you that for me, it's not just words. I have actual examples of what sport can do, what art and culture can do, and I intend to pursue that vigorously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Sibande.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Also, thank you, Minister, for the response to the question. my question, is there any assistance that the department is receiving from the private sector in building sporting facilities? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable. I can tell you, I see everybody's been having their 100 days. Mine is on Thursday. Please tune in. And that question, what I'm going to answer now will be, you'll see the actual sporting facilities being brought and helped. There's this perception in this country that the private sector is not helping. It's a lie. The private sector is going beyond the call of duty, because the private sector, sometimes they give money and then the federations don't report back what happened to the money. I'll make you one example. Those medals we got now the other day from the Peru Youth Championship, there was no money to send the athletes to Peru. If there was not such a lively and smart Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, a plan would not have been made. But because a plan was made by the sports minister, the Lotto is a private sector, they've helped. Betway is helping a lot. Yesterday, Betway bought equipment for kids here in Mitchell's Plain. Bitvest, Mr. Price, I'm telling you names of people that really, really help. So this perception, where always people want to blame the private sector is doing more than enough, but they can do more as the profit go up. But I'm not going to be the one bashing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Noble.
I just want to know what time the game starts. In 3 minutes, Honorable Noble. I just simply your leg.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, the absence of sports facilities in many schools, such as Sivuleleni Primary School in Soweto, reflects the neglect of the marginalized. So the question is, Minister, what steps does your department take, if any, to engage the local community and involve them when planning the development of sporting facilities? This is to ensure a true reflection of the needs of those communities, and to gain stakeholders buy-in.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Let me give you an example of the past 24 hours. This department, together with the private sector, has given musical instruments to the children of Mitchell's Plain. This department, this morning at 8 o'clock, went to Kalicha, and we went to go fix the only movie house they have there. We went to go fix a place where computers, the computers of the library is more than years old computers. We got them new computers because we realized the children of Kalicha are doing their homework at the library, but the computers are outdated. So this morning, this department, so I'm not telling you what we're going to do. I'm telling you the past 24 hours. I can tell you the past 48 hours, 72 hours, but let me just hit you with, Honorable, with the past 48 hours, 24 hours. We have, the past 24 hours, this department has given close to 2 million rands to your question. And we are not going to stop. We are coming to those schools, like Sivuyele Primary School. We are coming to them. We are going to the most rural areas. I was saying to Premier of the Eastern Cape, dear, I said to the Premier, Mabuyani, I said, give me, and they got a very good MEC there, very vibrant. I said to them, give me 5 rural schools that has never seen a swimming pool. And we will start to construct swimming pools next week at those rural, because it can't be where we've never have a black Olympian swimmer. We have to change stuff. Instead of complaining, where's the black people? We must start teaching our kids to swim from a young age, like white kids. They swim when they're two months old. The father puts the child in the pool. As you are 20 years old, you still scared even to put your feet in the pool sometimes. Yeah, so I'm saying that we want to change that. That was just on a lighter note.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes question 193. We now move on to the last question, that is question 181 from the Honorable Baines. Honorable Minister, your response.
The South African Cultural Observatory, SACO, is a national statistical and socio-economic research project established by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, aimed at developing a comprehensive sports and cultural information system in South Africa. Hosted at Nelson Mandela University and co-hosted in partnership with Rhodes University at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. SACO focuses on primary sports and cultural domains identified by UNESCO, including but not limited to sport, arts, heritage, libraries, and museums. Main functions are conduct policy-focused research, including mapping studies, surveys, and case studies, to review current programs, monitor and evaluate the impact of government spending, and to collect relevant statistics to create robust databases. Additionally, SACO provides both physical and online access to its resources, facilitating networking, sharing, and partnership among stakeholders. The objective of SACO is to promote the growth and sustainability of the cultural and creative sectors by enhancing an understanding of their contributions to society and the economy. These objectives include informing policy development and fostering collaboration amongst various stakeholders. Thank you very much. And if the honorable member wants, I can list all of them, but there's quite a lot.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The follow-up question will be taken by the Honorable Makwele.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair, and also Rendi Masare, Minister Yogo Medici. Minister or Molokotla, you are talking about your child, Papaji, let's say, Jolabahabo. In our knowledge, in the main honorable members, Varasi Chavase was Sisasio, Mo Situao, Sekesibeli Sela, or Skes Hono Wanatsela, Yamusiao. So the nation that does not know about their past, so they will never know about the future. So as long as so Minister, thanks for your response. But let me just come to my question, Minister. My question is just direct to you that does the South African Cultural Observatory play any role in training people in the culture and creative sector? And then if yes, and on how to use the sector for their economic development.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your response.
Just before I respond, I do it for a very personal reason. What language did you just speak, sir? Honorable.
Oh, Nagiwala speed.
So I wanted you to continue because my friend says I don't know Spedi, and I do know it. I heard everything you said. Aki one bente. So, you know, your question is very important. Do you know, when it comes to the creatives and the artists in this country, it's a mess. Artists in South Africa are not recognized as workers. The cultural space, people are being exploited. You know, I can talk here the whole day, but what I'm going to assure you is that we have met with them, the creatives in the Bosbarat, 2 months ago. We are reporting back to them before the month of October is ending, which is around the corner. And you will see the change. We will not change only one sector. We are going to change the whole creative sector. And we are going to come with plans. You know, we can't be a department of condolences that must give money when people die. We can't be that type of department. We need to make sure that we contribute towards better living and not to a casket when the creatives and the cultural icons have died. So I give you my assurance, honorable member, we will definitely come back with good results. Wakujisha.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Molo Mhlegazi.
Molo Mhlegazi.
My surprise to you, Honorable Minister, you remind me, Honorable Paulo Jordan, when you speak all languages. So you are more than bilingual. So you speak all 14 languages. So
no, not all 14. All right.
Thank you, Papa. Thank you very much for allowing us also to speak other languages, because now I'm so proud for you to speak Afrikaans, Engels, Engelstaal. So it is baie goed, meneer. Baie dankie. Now, my question is so short, Honorable Minister. In the rural areas, the sport there is no caretaker who take care for them. Now the earth has swallowed all our hopes, but you, Honorable Gaten Mackenzie, you are the only one who remains for our rural areas to come and support the sport. In this house, we can all agree on the critical importance of teaching children their cultural heritage and keeping them actively engaged to preserve this heritage while protecting them from the social ills that often arise in the absence of such programs. However, it is concerning to note the disparity in cultural initiative across provinces. While KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape boast active and vibrant cultural programs, the Eastern Cape, despite its rich cultural heritage, is facing significant challenges in this regard. While the South African Cultural Observatory, which is based in the Eastern Cape, offers invaluable research and insights into the cultural and creative
Member, please
industries.
ask your question. Your
The
time has
challenge
run out.
still persists. One, how has your department leveraged this research to tackle the challenges that rural communities face in the Eastern Cape in terms of accessing the benefiting from
Thank you,
cultural
Honorable Member.
initiatives
Your time has
such
run
as
out.
community arts programs and local
Thank you.
heritage festival? Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I can tell you this. You know, the rural areas has truly been the most neglected areas when it comes to sport, arts and culture. And it is usually there where the talent lies. I have made it a vow. I've made a vow to myself that my term as the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture will be a failure if we've not moved the needle substantively towards better sporting equipment, towards bringing Olympians. When we have more time and you invite me next time, one of my biggest projects in this as a minister is something called Project 300. Project 300 is where we want to take 300 Olympians to the 2028 LA Olympics. And we are going to look for those Olympians. Because it can't be in a country of 60 million people and we only have 6 medals. That we can do better, and we are going to do better, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The next follow-up question is from the Honorable Gericke.
Chairperson, his signal is struggling with the signal. I'm not sure what must I do.
I'm sorry, but we've not been informed by him that.
That's the problem. It's late. I think we can pass then.
All right. Thank you. We'll pass on that one. The next question is from the Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair and Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for visiting us and enjoying the time with us. Minister, you've mentioned a lot about sport, but as we agreed that arts and culture is just as important, in all of our lives. Minister, while the South African Cultural Observatory's main function is important, as you have mentioned, can you provide specific example of how its work, that specific, observatory's work has led currently to tangible outcomes in the development of cultural industries? There should be, particularly in terms of job creation and economic growth. You've said that you've met with them, but I just want to know, what has happened currently in that sphere. Additionally, what measures are in place to ensure that its intellectual contributions are applied practically at grassroots levels? I thank you, Minister. After this, we can go and watch the.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, your response, please.
I think, Honourable, what we are doing at the department is that, and I made them an example, and I'm going to make the same example here, about the government of national unity. It's a government reimagined. Nobody would have thought this government will exist. It does. It's government reimagined, which means that ministries, provinces, local governments should also reimagine government. Because what happens at the top, usually that's just the law of physics. We must filter through. And I can assure you that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is currently in Pretoria, not at the office, to reimagine every department that we have. Because if you look at the cultural observatory and the cultural plans that we have, it saves 3 people out of a pool of 100. So we'll never see success. And you say, yeah, we talk about sport. There's this perception, and I want to fix it now, that we just worry about sport. It is far from the truth. Our budget speaks to more money for culture than for sport in the department. But you see, sport is this thing where all the media follows it, social media follows it more, so that's why it gets more a prominent place. But at my next visit here, I will come and share a reimagined department with tangible results. At the moment, this department is doing so little for rural areas, absolutely little to nothing. Now we can't continue and try to go with this. We dismantle the framework in which it operates and bring a framework that speaks to all corners of South Africa. So I can make you proud the next visit, because I like it here. I'm going to come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And I think on behalf of all members of the NCOP, we want to thank you for making the time to be with us. I know that you are rushing off to give support to Bafana, and if you are there, I'm sure they will do well. So we want to wish Bafana all the best, and to your department and the work that you are doing, Honourable Minister, and thank you for being here and for being absolutely honest with us. And as the NCOP, we support you and your program, and you're welcome. You can see the reception that you get in this house. So you're welcome at any time. Thank you very much, honourable members. That concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I miss my people.